Your grammar school. I said, don't shout, hey, I'm going again. Lafayette Junior School. Okay. We're getting there. Okay, Senior Junior Grammar School. Yes, I like that. King Ado Senior High School. I like that one. Let me go again. Echo. No, why am I saying Echo? King Ado Senior High School. Yes, I like that. Then I think there's another one here. Ebute 11 Senior High School. Yes, we've done. Okay, so this one I think is an abbreviation so I'm going to just spell the abbreviation. So that means it's your school I'm talking about. KASHS, cash. That's okay. It's the same school. Okay. Then okay. So yes. So let's do something now. Since everybody. No, I know. That's first batch. I've called the first batch of schools. I know that there's still so. Yes, I know. It's not fight. I know. Yeah, I've not called your school, right? I know. I've not called your school, right? In this life is patience. That's first batch. I know. I will call your school. Is that okay? Don't cry. I will call your school. That was just first batch. So we're going to do second batch, okay? So now, since everybody now, we're all students, let's see how well your teachers are actually working now. So everybody, you are going to reply me together first. A person that drives is called. A person that paints is called. A person that dances is called. A person that prays is called. How can you say prayer? A person that writes is called. A person that draws is called. Hey, drawer. He said drawer. You don't like wardrobe. A person that cooks is called. He said cooker. Is cook or chef? I like this one. A person that races is called. Hey, that's how somebody person say racist. Put your hands together. All right. Thank you. So now this is the next one, so that you can get into the mood. Now this next one, I'm going to play. So we're going to play. I want us to play Davido Unavailable right now. So we are going to stand, okay, and then we're just going to dance to that song. Or if you can't do Unavailable, let's do Davido Feel. Let's have. Which one? Steady Vibes. Which one? Steady Vibes. Shea Vibes. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father. So, play us any Shea Vibes. Okay, you don't want Shea Vibes? Okay, if you want Shea Vibes, say I. If you don't want Shea Vibes, say nay. I think the nays have it. Okay, do you have any Tokwe Alabi here? What of Ebenezer Obey? You don't want those ones? So, Shea Vibes or Davido? People have caused Shea Vibes. Which one? Oh yeah. Anybody that is with the music right now, just play us any song that you have there. Let's see. Anyone first, so that we can cross this rivalry. Anyone. So is either you're playing us Shei vibes or you're playing us Davido. Anyone, anybody with the sound. Just play us anyone, real quick. Yes, anyone. So once the song comes up, you are meant to stand up and then you're going to dance, okay? You have to rep your school well. I know I've not called all the schools here so far. All right, so yes, any song. Just play us anyone. We're ready, okay? Yes, we are actually ready right now. Just play us anyone. So what we're doing today is very simple, but please, I want us to actually have fun, okay? At some point, we're going to bring amazing speakers who are going to be coming up here. You people are going to make noise. Okay, so let's do the rehearsal first. So now listen, for everybody we're going to be calling here, if you have to clap, clap, and if you have to shout, we want you to shout as well. Yes, so if you're going to shout, you shout. So let's do an example right now. So I want to do an example right now. So we're going to imagine I want to bring up the president of Nigeria right now. Yeah, you know he's your president. It's Tinubu. If not, you won't get loan as student. So you have to shout very loud, though, he's your president. All right. So, and if you can clap, clap, and if you can stand and give your he's your president. If you can give him ovation, you give him the ovation. So, Kings, coming right now is the federal president of this country. Make welcome. Should I call him Tinubu or Jagaban? Which one is okay? Because that's the only person that have two names. Okay, so let's do Jagaban. Is because he's the king. So coming up right now, put your hands together for the one and only Jagaban. Wait. Those of you that sat down, your president. He's your president, so now you have to stand up again and you clap and then you shout. Kings, put your hands together for Jagaban. Yeah, so sit down. So this is the energy we want. So for everybody we are bringing up here. Now listen, till the person gets here or till the person gets to this seat, make sure you keep clapping and keep clapping. So I want to bring up somebody now. She's so beautiful. I know we are kings. She's actually a queen. I'm not going to be the only one hosting here today. And by the way, my name is Prophecy. But when she comes up, you will hear her voice. See, when she starts talking, I want all of you to do, aww, yeah. But you hold yourself, don't cry. Her voice is sweet, okay? So, kings, help me welcome the ever beautiful. Please. Keep.
I can't hear everybody. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Are you clapping for me? Are you clapping for me? Are you clapping for me? Okay, are you clapping for yourselves? A round of applause for yourselves, please. You may have your seat. Thank you so much. All right, good morning, everybody. Wow, you understand the assignment. I love that. Amazing. Thank you so much, Prophecy, for that introduction. Okay, since we want to right? You want to Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Ebonluwa Dosumu, and it's Thank you so much. Okay, please no again. Do we have an agreement? Amazing. I trust that you're great boys. You're kings, right? And kings, kings not only rule, they also listen, right? Amazing. So we're together, yeah? All right. So my name is Ebonlu. I want you to mix it with a round of applause, a standing ovation when I call her name. Are you ready? All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to stand up and scream as I make welcome the beautiful, the delectable, and the amazing, outstanding Dami. I love the energy. Keep clapping, keep clapping, keep
till she gets here. Keep clapping till she gets here.
Keep clapping till she gets here. I can't hear your voices.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. So this is the point where I say, all glory be to God. All glory be to God indeed. Are you happy to be here? You have to. Today we come together to celebrate the potential and power of our future leaders. For me, my aim has always been to create a world where gender equality is a reality and every child has equal opportunities to succeed. Oh, great. Yes. My aim has always been to create a world where gender equality is a reality and every child has equal opportunities to succeed. We cannot deny the fact that our society still has certain biases towards boys and girls. We tend to believe that boys are strong and independent and do not need any support or guidance. Am I right? But the truth is, boys face their struggles and challenges in life. And it is our duty as responsible citizens and members of a community to recognize these struggles and provide a helping hand. This conference is a platform for boys from different walks of life, share their experiences and learn from each other. Most importantly, from those who have gone ahead of you. We have arranged this conference, we have arranged this conference that will help you build your confidence, leadership skills, and self-esteem. Our role is to create a safe and supportive environment where boys can express themselves freely without fear of judgment or prejudice. This conference is just the beginning of our journey, and we hope to continue our efforts towards building a better world for our future generation. On behalf of my organization, Deborah's Palace Initiative, my co-founder, Enosho, who is here as well, and my team, I would like to thank you all, the participants, our amazing guest speakers and guests, and volunteers who have made this conference possible. I wish you all a fruitful and enjoyable time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dami. That was such a brilliant speech. Thank you. There's something I want to say before we move on to the next thing, which is to capture the journey so far. Now, Dami has, given a speech, and if you notice, she was a bit emotionally in between and all that. There's something that I want to just expose her a little bit. When she came in, she sighed. She was like, I can say that we are doing this now. God is good, right? It's been a journey, I must say. It's been a journey, but I like that she's very passionate about this. I like that she's contributing a quota to a cause, which is to enable the boy child. It is such a brilliant one, and I think she deserves another round of applause for that. Thank you so much. Now, speaking about journey, this is like the 3rd edition, and it's been a journey definitely, but we'll catch the journey so far on screen. So please pay attention as we catch the journey so far. Thank you very much.
Sugar, Faith, and
All right, while we wait for the technical team to do their thing. Okay, it's ready. Are we ready?
there goes my heart beating, 'cause you are the reason I'm losing my sleep. Please please come back now. There goes my mind racing. And you are the reason that I'm still breathing. I'm hopeless now. I'd climb every mountain and swim every ocean just to be with you and fix what I've broken. Oh, 'cause I need you to see that you are the reason. There goes my hand shaking, and you are the reason. My heart keeps bleeding. I need you now. If I could turn back the clock, I'd make sure the light defeated the dark. I'd spend that.
I thought we were going to get a bigger round of applause for that. And a bigger one. And an even bigger one. Okay, let me stay closer to you guys. I feel very far away from everybody up there. I want to connect with you. Hi, what's your name?
Khalid.
What?
Khalid.
Khalid. Khalid what?
Latoyon Khalid.
Olatoyon Khalid. Okay. When you think about yourself, what do you think of? Okay, you know what? Come with me, Khalid. A round of applause for Khalid, please. So I want to teach you guys something very quickly, all right? Are you ready to learn something? Okay. Khalid, how are you?
Fine.
When you think about yourself, what do you think of? What image do you see?
Like, I'm a greater person in future. I'm a king. I'm a responsible man.
Love that. A round of applause for Khalid. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. I love, Khalid is like, oh, hey, God, this auntie that wants to put me on the spot. I love what he said. He said he's a king, right? He sees himself as a responsible man in the future. Amazing. But you know that the future begins now. It's what you do now that will reflect in the future. So I did that to teach you guys something. Before now, if I'm asked to introduce myself, I just say my name is Ebonlo Adosuma. And then when they say, who do you think you are? I just talk about maybe the work that I do. You know, I'm a TV host, I'm this, I'm that. But outside outside the work that I was doing, I didn't know how to introduce myself until I started to think of myself in a way that was different. So now when I'm asked to introduce myself, I introduce myself as a bubbly ray of sunshine. I bring laughter, love, and joy to everyone who experiences me. And these things that you say constantly become your reality. Because over time, I've realized that when people meet me, they tend to say, oh my God, you just brightened up our space. Oh my God, you just made us very happy. Oh my God, you just did this. Oh my God, you just did that. So the pictures that we see, the images that you see of yourself have a way of defining who you are. Have you learned something today?
Yes.
So I have a friend that also calls herself salt or sugar. She says that she adds taste to people's lives. So you can see yourself as anything that you really want to be. You can see yourself as, you know, he said he's a king. You can see yourself as a crown, right? Have you learned something today?
Yes.
Amazing. All right, so we're going to be introducing the keynote.
Yes, so you could come up.
Prophecy has learned something too.
Yes, let's put our hands together for, yeah, are you coming up or? Check. So while she was teaching us that, one of our speaker just came, and he's Gaze Baba. Please, let's put our hands together for him. He is, no, that's not the plan now. Wait, I will do it. I told you. Yeah. There you go. So while she was teaching us something, okay, where she was teaching us what she was teaching us about herself, one of the guest speakers just came in, and he is Guest Baba. Yeah. So sit. He's an amazing artist. Don't worry. We're still going to talk about Gaze. How you doing? Chop, no cool. That is Gaze. He's married, and Gaze. Chop another one. Chop is Gaze. He's one of the speaker that. Yeah. So Gaze, and he is. So don't worry, at some point, we're going to talk about our speakers to you and what they are into. And every speaker we're going to be bringing to this panelist, trust me, they are kings, and you're going to actually learn a lot from them. So I just had to call Gaze, because Gaze just came in. Now imagine amazing speakers that we have. So for now, put your hands together for every one of them. Okay, so right now, this is the first panel session we're about to do right now. So if you have to note things down, this is the best time to bring out your bio and then your paper, okay? And if you have questions to ask them too, you could actually write down your questions, okay? And please make sure your questions, you are answering these questions like a king. We're about to have the boy child conversation first right now. So, but I want to be sure if the DJ is ready. So if the DJ is ready, you should just help us crash a bit, because I want us, while we're actually calling the speakers, we want music to actually come up. Yeah. So, wow. Yeah, so while you're bringing out your paper and your biro, let's also focus on the screen right now. We want to have this quick keynote from our speaker. So boys, kings, let's put our hands together from Mr. Femi Odubeni. So let's look at the screen.
And esteemed participants, I am delighted to join everyone here today virtually to address the important challenges of nurturing the boy child in Nigeria today, in both our urban and rural communities. I believe this conference, themed Kings Awake 2 by the Deborah's Palace Initiative, is an important and timely wake-up call for all of us to reimagine interventions that are necessary to empower the boy child in Nigeria with the focus, the consciousness, and the self-development tools needed for leadership and life success. In recent years, the focus on gender issues has predominantly revolved around empowering girls and women. While this is unquestionably necessary and vital for achieving gender equality, we must not overlook the challenges faced by boys and young men in our society. The male child, despite his privilege in some areas, also faces unique obstacles that must be acknowledged and addressed. Urban environments often present a host of challenges for the male child. Rapid urbanization, increased migration, and changing family structures have contributed to a shift in traditional gender roles. Boys are often caught in the midst of these changes, struggling to navigate the expectations we place upon them. Urban areas can be breeding grounds for violence, substance abuse, and involvement in criminal activities, which pose significant risks to the young child's well-being and future prospects. On the other hand, rural areas come with their own set of challenges for the male child. Limited access to education, inadequate healthcare, and socio-cultural norms can hinder their development and perpetuate harmful stereotypes. Traditional gender roles and expectations can limit their opportunities and discourage them from pursuing non-traditional paths such as arts, education, or caregiving roles. The repercussion of these challenges extend beyond the individual male child and affect our community at large. When boys face difficulties and do not receive the necessary support, they can become vulnerable to negative influences, perpetuating cycles of violence, poverty, and limited aspirations. This not only hampers their personal growth, but also hinders the progress of our society as a whole. In light of these pressing concerns, the Conference on the Boy Child, organized by Deborah's Palace Initiative, could not have come at a more opportune moment. The theme, Kings Awake 2, signifies the urgency to awaken the potential within our young boys and empower them to become responsible, compassionate, and successful men who contribute positively to society. This conference provides a platform for robust discussions, knowledge sharing, and collaborative efforts to address the challenges faced by the male child. It aims to raise awareness among stakeholders, including parents, educators, policymakers, and community leaders, about the importance of supporting and nurturing boys holistically. By focusing on education, mental health, gender stereotypes, and providing mentorship opportunities, this conference can create a ripple effect that will transform the lives of the boy child and our society at large. Here are a few ideas that I think government, civil society, parents, and all stakeholders must consider and perhaps adopt in the necessary advocacy to redeem the future of our boy child. 1. We must emphasize the importance of quality education for boys and advocate for equal access to educational opportunities across the board. We need strategies to enhance teaching methodologies, curriculum design, and vocational training programs to equip boys with the skills needed for the modern-day workforce. 2. We must challenge harmful cultural stereotypes of masculinity and promote a positive and inclusive understanding of what it means to be a man. We must encourage open discussions on healthy relationships, emotional intelligence, empathy, and non-violent conflict resolution. We need tools and resources for parents, educators, and mentors to foster positive masculinity in boys. 3. We must dispel the stigma that surrounds mental health issues and promote awareness of the emotional needs of boys. Let's advocate for accessible mental health support systems, counseling services, and mentorship programs that can help boys navigate challenges and build resilience. 4. Role models are crucial. We need to highlight the importance of positive role models and mentorship in shaping the lives of boys. Let's encourage successful men from various fields of endeavor to share their experiences, to provide guidance, and to inspire young boys to pursue their passions and dreams. 5. Parental engagement and support is vital. We need to stress the role of parents and guardians in nurturing the potential of boys. We must promote active parental engagement, including positive parenting techniques, communication skills, and setting realistic expectations. Fathers must be encouraged to actively participate in their children's lives and to challenge traditional gender roles. 6. Let's explore strategies to combat violence, gang involvement, and substance abuse among boys. Let's discuss the importance of community-based interventions, rehabilitation programs, and pathways for boys, especially in the urban slums and inner cities, to channel their energy into more productive endeavors. 7, let's empower the boy child through sports, through the arts, through culture. Let's recognize the power of sports, the power of the arts, and the power of cultural activities in promoting discipline, teamwork, creativity, and self-expression among boys. We have to find ways to provide opportunities and facilities for boys to engage in these activities to foster their holistic development. 8, and finally, most importantly in fact, we must encourage collaboration among stakeholders, including government agencies, NGOs, community leaders, schools, parents, to develop a comprehensive policy and programs that address the specific needs of boys. I believe that by focusing on these areas, the Kings Awake 2 conference can foster meaningful dialogue, generate actionable strategies, and inspire collective efforts to empower boys in Nigeria. Together, we can create an environment where boys thrive, realize their full potential, and become valuable assets to our communities. By investing in the well-being and development of our boys, we pave the way for a brighter future, where every child has the opportunity to reach their full potential and contribute meaningfully to our community. Together, let us ensure that our boys become the kings they're destined to be. Thank you.
Let's put our hands together for Mr. Femi Odubemi. You can do better. Let's jam those hands together. That was beautiful. All right. One of the last points he pointed out was collaboration. So we're going to do something right now. So DJ, yeah, hold on a bit. So we want Davido, we want Shea Vibes, Zeno, Ashake, Whiskey. Hold on first. And please, at the end, you can put that Omo Baba Elimishe. So, now everybody, let's stand up now. So, let's do something real quick. No, speakers, you can sit. It's for our kings. Yes, boys, yeah, let's stand. So, we'll do, so DJ, you can do unavailable first. Feel skills. So, hold on, pause. So I want to see how well you can dance to these songs, okay? Yes, then I'll now tell you, yes, even people upstairs at the gallery, everybody stand up real quick. All right, so DJ, the first song, let's go. So let me see. I have prizes. I'm
on a believe, they know they see me. I'm on a believe, they know they see me. I'm on a believe, they know they see me. I'm on a believe, they know they see me.
You'll be available in Jesus' name. They will see you in Jesus' name. Any power that say they will not see you, Holy Ghost. Yeah, so I'm playing number 2 songs now. Now, listen. Hold on. I have bottles. I have gifts to give out. This first prize is coming from Abbey Mortgage Bank. ABBEY. So I'm watching us real quick now. DJ, play number 2. Let's go. This is number 2. Some of us are wise. Every other person you are wise. It's a kings are wise. You are so we're going. Yeah, kings are organized. We're playing number 3 now. So this is number 3. It's 2 more to go. If people are not dancing well, I'm watching you now. and I have a prize. Play now.
Tell them, make them give me chance. Cause if not jazz, he go back. All my sexy ladies make them dance. Dance to my music. Animation, your boy. As I say, come on, Jim. If I tell what I do for boy, yeah, I'm going to my compose. Daddy, you are my Jashanda. Then no plaza. I'm a coming room with my Takalas. It's Saja. Nah. Big one, big two, check out, straight swinging, no handicap. When they must sleep.
Yeah, the guy behind the camera was dancing well. Let's give him a prize, yes. Put your hands together for him. That guy, that king, it was... I'm playing number 4 now. DJ, play me this next one. Yeah! This guy is dancing. Another guy is dancing here. Oh. Bring it down. No, this boy, come up. Put your hands together for him. Come up. He's a sit down. You will sit down. This guy, come. Oh my God. What's your name?
Samuel, sir.
What school are you representing?
No.
You drop out. What's the name of your school?
Lofez.
Yes, say it very well.
I'm from Lofez.
Is this your voice, like Davido's voice? Face the kings. Yeah, so DJ, play him any jam. Yeah, watch him. The guy.
Wicked.
That's it. Watch him.
I'm a piano. I'm a manga papa.
Sit down.
I be good back but no choice. In the big game not long. Maybe now we sing a chord.
Bring it down. Put your hands together for him. Put your hands together. So you go get a prize there for yourself from Abbey Mortgage Bank. Bring it down. So this is what you're going to help me do now. So the way we have pen and paper, so you're going to stand up and you're going to meet 5 people, okay? 5 kings here, and then you're going to ask them their name, class, everything. Make sure it's not somebody from your school. You're meeting another person from another school. Everything about this person, the person's age, favorite food, favorite color, and if possible, the person's shoe size. Everything. On your mark, get set, go. DJ. Yes, even the boys upstairs. Let's meet somebody right now. You are meeting 5 people.
Flex my love, I want to impress. And I want to carry my love to a place she loves. I'm a man, I want to impress. And I want to carry my love to a place she loves.
I don't want to see anybody sitting down. If you're a student here, if you're a king, make sure you are meeting somebody from another school. Ask everything. Everything. You have 2 more minutes. Make sure your 5 is complete.
Yeah.
So bring it down, Ebon. So Ebon, this is what we're going to do, Ebon. So when keep asking the names or keep asking everything. No, stay. So you're going to meet about 1 or 2 persons. You collect the book from them, and then you ask them a question about their partner. Yeah. So everything. You have few more seconds now. Few more seconds. 5. Make sure you're meeting 5 people. You have 20 seconds now. Everything that you can ask. 10, 9, Amalewa, Showa, Abrosha Lewa, Amayalamala, Aziza Tushwala, Agbapola, Justin Bieber. Yes, 10, 9, ọmọ bàbá lèmi ṣe nígbà ìgbàgbọ́ nínú Jésù ṣebí bàbá mi ló nílẹ̀ o tó máa yọ padà. Who's your guy? Na only me wala. See as we dey like beans and rice. I will never leave your side. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please put your hands together for yourself and have your seat, kings. Yeah, so we're just going to take 1 or 2 persons first. Yeah, so everyone, anybody that comes, anyhow you want to do it. So sit down. Everyone is the one picking first. So sit down. Have your seat. So we're just going to ask you now so that we can see how well you ask the questions from your partner. Okay, then we're going to have our first session today. Yeah. All right, so Ebon, who are we asking first? Yes, Ebon, meet any boy, any king so far. Yes, make sure your paper is visible where Ebon can reach
Okay,
it.
I have somebody even raising his hands already.
Okay. Yeah.
Clap for him now.
Put your hands together for a king. So give her the paper.
I have it already.
Okay.
So you tell us your name, and then you tell us 2 people you met, their names, of course, and their schools.
Okay. My name is Emmanuel Gabriel. I'm from Okesino High School. So I met 2 people from Ikwakete, and not only those school. I also met with another school too. So
Check. Yeah, you could use this.
I met with
Okay.
Farouk. Farouk said that he loved yam and egg.
Okay, and
Check. Check. Yeah, you could use this mic.
hello.
Okay.
I met with Bolaji. He said he loved Spark.
Okay, Bolaji does not love spargo. It's rice that Bolaji loves. So. But you did well. Thank you so much. A
Yes,
round of
sir.
applause for him, please. Who else wants to go?
One person. So he gets a gift from Abbey Mortgage Bank. Okay, so there's another person. Yeah, so we'll just take the 2.
This your book is full. Oh, come. A few way. A few way in meeting people. What's your name?
Abdulwahab Abdusalam.
I didn't hear that.
Abdulwahab Abdusalam.
Abdul Wahab Abdul Salam. Great. So who did you meet?
I meet Balumi Yaya.
I met.
Balumi Yaya.
Okay. And who?
And Abdusalam Akonde.
Okay. Tell me something unique about Pelumi.
He said he loved beans and he's 15 years.
Oh, it's actually correct. Tell me something about Abdul Salam Akonde.
He said his best color is blue and gold and he's from Ekwakete Senior Grammar School.
Hey, a round of applause for him, please.
Yes, you need to feature him. He has baritone voice. His voice.
Everybody sounding like Davido today.
Everybody.
So he gets a gift as well. A round of applause for him.
All right, so we'll come back. Let's call our panelists first, okay? So this is the point where we're having our first session today. So like I said, every speaker on this panel are going to be talking extensively, okay? And please make sure you are noting everything they're saying. It is for you. And we're also going to be having you talk at some point because it's the boy-child conversation. Okay? So DJ, for every time we call a speaker, please help us play any jam because our speakers too. Did I tell you our speakers are dancers? You'll see them dance when they are coming. All right, so let's have the speakers. So before we start calling them, put your hands together for all of them. All of them. So when I call their names, when I call the first name, we'll have a picture on the screen, and then Ebon will actually read the profile. And listen, immediately after the profile reading, the music come up, we are going to make sure the speaker dance up here. So if you can hail the speaker, you can say, go king, go king. Do you understand? Yes, because the speaker has to. So are we ready? Are we ready? All right, so our kings today, for this panel session, we're targeting navigating teens adulthood. And the first speaker, put your hands together for Mr. Sheon Fakoride. The second speaker is Tunde Onakoya. Please, let's put our hands together for him as well. He has to dance. All of them naked on dress. We know with the ball like this. We know we spend like this. Celebrate I be keeping easy. Gunners allowed to test. You try on no shot boy. Keep doing let the money talk. Close with the 12. When we end up,
So Tunde is saying he does not know how to dance.
Bring it down.
We can teach him, right?
We can teach him, right?
We can teach him, right? All right, DJ, give us a gift. Put your hands together for him. All right, so yes, Mr. Femi. So let's quickly read. So let's sit down. Let's get to read the profile of our first. All right,
speaker.
so Tunde Onakoya is a Nigerian national chess master and coach who founded Chess in Slums Africa in 2017. He's driven by the conviction that chess can serve as a powerful educational tool to improve young lives and foster a new generation of intellectuals, even amongst underprivileged communities. His non-profit organization, Chess in Slums Africa, leverages the game of chess as a means of social intervention, bridging the gap between disadvantaged children and their aspirations by providing tuition-free education, learning resources, I thought I was going to hear a round of applause, and mentorship opportunities. Chess in Slums Africa is creating an inclusive future for every African child. The initiative has garnered international attention with success stories of children from slums in Ikorodu, Makoko, and Oshodi Underbridge in Lagos, published by prominent media outlets such as BBC, Al Jazeera, AFP, and MSN. To date, Chess in Slums Africa has impacted over 10,000 children's lives and secured fully funded educational scholarships for over 500 children to local and international institutions. As an eloquent speaker and advocate for harnessing potential from humble beginnings, Tunde Onakoya has shared his passion and vision on various platforms, including 3 TEDx talks. His efforts earned him numerous accolades, including the Future Awards Africa Prize for Community Action in 2021, the Business Insider Award for Social Entrepreneur of the Year in 2022, the JCI 10 Outstanding Young Persons of Nigeria Award for Contribution to Children. Award for Force of Social Good in 2022, Leadership Newspaper Humanitarian of the Year, and the Royal African Award in 2022. With a resounding round of applause. Please let's welcome again Tunde Onokoya. That is very low. Please let's welcome again Tunde Onokoya. That's better.
So I think I like reading the profile first because I like it. It's sweet. Sweet. So let's do that of my guy. He's the next. He's my G. So listen, you will know why he's also one of my friends today. Yes, his name starts with letter G.
All right. All right, so I'm sure some of you are already guessing, but let me just introduce him to you. Gaze Baba Akinade Iboye is a polymath, a culture architect, and an award-winning Afrofusion artist who performs in Yoruba, English, and the West African lingo Pidgin. Gaze Baba plays socially conscious Afrofusion music, infusing the catchy street vibes of Afrobeats with sampling of jazz, blues, spoken word, and other eclectic genres of music. He has a first degree in economics and holds a diploma in music business from Berklee College of Music. Beyond writing, recording, and performing music, Gaze Baba is the founder of several social impact culture exchange platforms that serve young people in Nigeria and beyond. He founded the Lighthouse Initiative, a high school musical outreach and concert experience, employing music and art as vehicles for social impact, teen advocacy, and youth mentorship. With Lighthouse, Gaze Baba teams up with fellow artists to tour high schools and colleges across the country and has reached over 25,000 teenage and preteen students. He's also the founder of Aramanda, a culture-shaping Afro-urban music and arts festival that connects with young, social, digitally savvy, and trendy Gen Z and millennial Africans who love music, dance, and arts, and are looking to experience alternative sounds, genres, and expressions. In December 2020, Gaze Baba founded Lounge 464. It's based where he shares his music, art, and essence with his growing audience and community. I think for Gaze Baba, do we have Elijah level? I want Sareju Ferrari law.
That is Gaze Baba is the real Idon. Please let's put our hands together for him.
He has to dance too.
He has to dance.
He has to dance. Wow, Gaze Baba wants to do Ojoro. He just came.
He just because
he's supposed to dance, Abi. He's supposed to dance, Abi.
Wait,
DJ, do we have the song?
Wait, bring it down. I have to ask him. Good evening, sir. Yeah. Oh, so he wants to come dance forward right now. So, Kings, put your hands together again for Gaze Baba. Put your hands together for Gaze. So, Mr. Tunde, you have to learn from. Yeah, so let's go to. Yeah, bring it down.
I will surely outrun you.
Bring it down, bring it down. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so moving next. Now, this next speaker also is also my guy, is my friend, and I'm so happy that he's here. He's married and he has beautiful children. His own starts with the letter Y because he's somebody too that I love and admire. Yes, Mr. Yomi. Yes. Yes. So so Mr. Yomi, you come and dance first before we now do your dance. So Kings, put your hands together for Mr. Yomi Molen. Please, let's jam our hands together for him. Shout it. If he tells you you can't dance, it's a lie. You will dance. I've seen you. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. All right, DJ. Even if to move left. Please, yet again, put your hands together for Mr. Yomi. Thank you. All right. Yes, I'm coming with your profile, and yeah, let's call the next speaker quickly so that we can do it like 2 in 1. All right. So so let's call him up first. All right. So for the final speaker for this session, Kings, help me welcome Mr. Abolaji Adeola. Please, let's put our hands together for him.
Is that how you're going to clap for?
No, the only issue. Wait. So, you have not smiled since you came. Yeah. So, you will go back and you will dance coming up. He has not smiled, guys. Since he came, he has just been. Yeah, play it.
Just Nigeria. Come on now.
Put your hands together for him. Yeah. Yeah, sit here. They can't dance. These are the dancers. We'll teach Mr. Tunde and Mr. Yomi real quick. So let's have that of Mr. Adeola. All right, so this is the session, okay? This is for navigating teens adulthood. Yes, Ebon, you could come sit. You will come sit here. So Ebon's going to be moderating this session. So we need your rapt attention. Can we get mics for our speakers up stage? Can we get mics? So please, we want everybody's rapt attention. We don't want you to stand up. We want you to sit down, okay? And then pay close attention to everything that's going to be said here. We want mics. We want mics up stage here. And please, if you have any question, okay, we want you to write it out. We'll have ushers going around to take our questions from us. All right, please, we want mics for 4 amazing speakers on stage here today. Yes.
All right, good morning, everybody, once again. I can't hear you. Good morning once again. Are you ready for this session? Are you sure? If you're ready, can I hear you scream? Say, ha! Okay. You're almost ready. If you're ready, can you jump up? You're not ready. If you're ready, can you clap your hands? Okay, you're getting there. If you're ready now, I want you to say, we are ready. All right, I think you're ready now. So the topic for today is navigating teen to adulthood. Purpose, identity, and impact. Now, I love this topic very much because... Thank you so much, because I felt really far away from them. Okay, great. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Tunde. Good morning, Ajibola. Good morning, Gaze. Good morning, everybody. All right, so I said the topic for today is navigating teen to adulthood, purpose, identity, and impact. And I particularly love this topic, and I love that we're addressing this because we live in an era where a lot of people deal with, identity crisis, deal with, navigating, especially the points that you are right now. I'm sure some of you are in like junior secondary school or senior secondary schools, and you're at a point where you're thinking to yourself, what do I even want to become? And I'm sure most of you are on social media now, right? Are you on social media? So you see a lot of things, and it's very easy to, get lost or get caught up in the web of, virality, and then you just get lost and you're saying, what exactly do I want to do with my life now? So I love that we're addressing this topic, and thank you so much to our speakers, for honoring our invite and being here to address the boys. Thank you. All right, so I broke this topic down because I really want us to touch on major things that I really want the boys to learn about, right? So we're going to address, navigation, purpose, identity, and impact. All right, so starting with navigation. My first question is going to go to Tunde. Now, I'm starting with Tunde because I feel like, you do something that not so many people would normally, think about. So for those who do not know, Tunde teaches young children how to play chess in slums. This is something that, not so many people would, think about. So I would want to ask you, and my question is in two parts for you, Tunde. What inspired chess in slums? That's one. And then before you started this journey, what were you doing? And were you at a point where you were confused about what to do, and then you had to dabble into so many things, saying, let me try this out, and then eventually you found yourself doing that? I need you to run us through how you navigated this journey and, found yourself where you are right now.
All right, thank you very much for the question. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, boys. How are you? Hello? All right. So, let me go back to the genesis so you understand how I got here. How, I became crazy enough to push an idea that didn't make sense to a lot of people. Now, I grew up in Ikorodu. Is anyone from Ikorodu here? Oh, Asheria. All right, so I grew up in Ikorodu in a place called Isaleodo. So Ikorodu is a slum community. The Isaleodo is a slum community. And we moved there in 2002. And I lived there till 2021-ish. So I grew up in Ikorodu all my life. Now listen, when I was 10, something happened. My parents are not educated, and I'm sure for some of you here, maybe even most of you too, your parents too are not necessarily educated, but they try their best to give us a lot of opportunities. Me and my brother, I am the first child, so my dad's business got affected. He has this downfall boss, and he just had an accident, and that was it. And my mom was a petty trader at Eco Market. So when I was done with my primary school education, I was 10. And my dad called me one day and said, you know what, you can't go to school anymore because there's no money for it, right? We lived in our one room, face my face to you, back in Ikorodu there. And it was an easy decision to make because I wasn't even a really bright student. I went to a Bako primary school, so, English was hard, It was so hard to articulate my thoughts, and I was always scared that I'll make one grammatical blunder and everyone will start laughing. How many of you have felt the same way before? Good. Be honest. It's good. So it was like, okay, fine, let me just, there was no need to go to school. Let me say, we are cautious so you can start supporting the family. And I started doing that. So I was at home for 2 years. After my primary school education, I couldn't go to school. Then something else happened, right? And one day my mom just stood up and she went to this private school around our community where we grew up and said, you know what? I'll work for you guys as a cleaner. Just let my son go to school here. And I remember the principal then, Mrs. Esson, she thought, what's this woman doing? She said, okay, go and bring the son. So they brought me the next day, and the first thing she asked me was, what is a noun? And I didn't even know what a noun was anymore because I was 2 years away from school. And she just shook her head and thought, one more to yeah. So it didn't make sense that my mom would want to make such sacrifice for a child that wasn't so bright or intelligent. But my mom insisted, and I got into school. And that was how I was able to go back to school. Fortunately, we had a chess program in the school, but I had learned how to play chess in a barber's shop the year before. So we actually learned chess as a subject, and we wrote exams. So I became really good, and it changed my life. It didn't just change my life because chess, the science of it is that it helps build cognition and all of that. It changed my life because it gave me the confidence to believe that I could do a lot of things, right? And through my life, I went to school to college on a scholarship because I was on the chess team. And 5 years ago, it wasn't like I was successful or anything, but I felt, that sense of duty to go back to Ikorodu, the place where I grew up, and do the same thing for other children like me, right? Now, a lot of the boys that we grew up together, they got into cultism, some of them became area boys. But you know what protected me? Education, chess. Chess gave me exposure, right? So 5 years, it dawned on me that, most of the kids there, they will never get out of Ikorodu because of the poverty of their parents. And that's the reality of millions of children, right? And you might not really understand this yet, but when you grow up, it becomes clearer, right? So I wasn't rich or anything. In fact, I was broke. I didn't have a job. I had finished school some 2 years ago, and I was just hustling. But I knew that I had this talent of chess. And when I give it to another person, it becomes a gift to them. So that was just the idea. And it was like, if children in the slums that can't go to school can master chess in all its complexities, a game that is respected by so many people, a game for smart people, then people will believe in their dreams and believe that they also have the capacity to do so much more. And that was the idea, and I had faith in it. And I just took a few chess boards, and I went to Majudo in Ikorodu, not too far from where I grew up. And I put the board on the floor, and I wanted to teach the kids, and I realized they couldn't speak English. And I had to teach them in Yoruba, and that was how it all started. And I would like to just sum it up as, I found a way to live the best part of myself and what I do with other young people who may never get the opportunity to do the same thing. So that was how the Chess Systems project was inspired.
Wow. I felt that. I'm sure a lot of us felt that as well. So basically, you're saying that you were able to navigate purpose, you were able to find yourself by giving a gift to others. And that's something. Like sometimes it's not really about, having it all together. In the little that you have and you're giving out, you can sometimes find purpose. That was really good. Thank you so much, Sunday. All right, so my next question goes to Gaze Baba. At what point in your life did you know you wanted to go into music? We understand, how African parents can be. I understand that, they are becoming more flexible now. But in your era, in your time, I'm sure, I don't know, but I feel like it must have been maybe difficult convincing your parents about what you wanted to do. So at what point in your life did you decide that you wanted to do that? And how were you able to convince your parents to, support your dreams?
Hi, good morning, guys. Good morning. Okay, so at what point did I decide I wanted to go into music?
Professionally.
Professionally.
Yes.
So I think that was when I was serving.
What? Professionally?
Yeah, like professionally.
Wow.
Like that's when I decided.
Wow. You are not. I said that wow to remind you that you see you are not too young. Oh. Can you hear 7? All right.
I didn't say 7.
Oh.
I said serving.
Oh, 7.
NYSC.
Oh, that's why I said what? Okay.
That's professionally.
Okay.
But when did I start? When did I get the dream to go into music? Was when I was about 17.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
I was fresh out of secondary school. I had been in choirs. I went to King's College, not far from here. It's just beside TBS, yeah. So when I was in KC, I was in the school choir. I was also in the fellowship choir, so I was in 2 choirs. I finished from KC, and then myself and a friend of mine we were in school together, wanted to sing in our church, Archbishop Vining in GRA. But we didn't have any song to sing, because when we were in school, the leaders of the choir would bring the songs, would teach us the songs, then we'll all sing it. So we didn't have any songs to sing, so that was our challenge. So I go home and I thought to myself, wherever our leaders used to get songs from, somebody wrote it. So if somebody anywhere in the world wrote those songs, I could try and write a song. That's how I started trying at composing and making music. So that's how I got into making music, right? So that journey took me through. This was before I got into university. So I got into university to study economics at OAU. And throughout my time in school, I used to perform at different places. I used to sing my songs at different places. But I hadn't done anything so professional. So when I finished school, and then I was serving, NYSC that you do after university, I then tried to make a proper record. So I went to the studio, I recorded a song, I mixed it, I mastered it. When the song was ready, I started going around radio stations myself. So when I started going around radio stations, I realized that music is capital intensive. Like, it chop money a lot. So I was like, okay, I do not have the funds for this. So if I'm going to do this professionally, there will have to be some support from somewhere. So I went back to my CV, dusted my CV, because I finished with a 2-1 in economics in OAU. That's not beans. So I knew I could get a job, a decent job anywhere. So I was like, I'm going to get a job, and whenever I'm able to do music, I'll do it. So I'd done some tests with some companies and some interviews. But 3 months before I finished my youth service, I got a call from someone who had heard me sing and said someone else was looking for an artist to invest in. So I met the person, he heard me sing, and he decided he was going to sign me to a record deal. So that was my support. That's where the funding was going to come from for the music. So at that point, I decided this is what I want to do. And I even, at that time, to show I was really decided, I was invited by PwC. Yeah. So I could start up with PwC, but I didn't go. I didn't go because I knew if I went, I'll be given the, what do you call this, company people, what's that thing, appointment letter, that the money they're paying you shall be on that paper. Offer letter, yeah, that's it. So I'll be giving, you see, we don't even know their terms. So I'll be giving the offer letter, and the money will juicy to get into my eye, and I'll think maybe I should do this. So I didn't go for it at all. How did I convince my parents? I didn't convince my parents. I just went home because my parents were based in Ekiti. I'm the youngest of 7 children. I'm the only boy, so you can understand there's a lot of expectation and planning on my head. And I was the first to get a 2-1 in my family. So I was like, this is the guy that is going the academic line. My dad thought I was going to do a master's, then do a PhD, become a professor. and all of that, but I knew that was very far from who I am. So I just went home and I said I wanted to have a conversation with them. Yeah, so it was one evening, my parents sat down, I sat down on the chair facing them, and I informed them that I met someone who's going to sign me to a deal. I'm going into music full time, and that's what I want to do.
Was mommy's response to that?
It was my dad that responded.
Okay.
So my dad, when he responded, I still remember what he said. He said, it does not, from what he sees, I did not come to seek permission.
You came to inform.
I just came to inform
because
them.
You even said I informed them.
Yes. My mom was more scientific. So later after that meeting, she then called me aside and then asked more direct questions. Okay, who's this person who is signing you? What are the terms of the deal? How are you going to lead a life with this path? How are you going to make a life? How are you going to get married, lead a family? So she asked those practical questions. And then, I mean, those questions challenged me myself. So that you know that, okay, if this is what you really want to do, how are you going to make a living with this? And then I had to answer the questions, explain the deal, explain when we started profit sharing and all of that to her. And I mean, I started like that.
Great.
So when things were tough on the journey, I knew it was my decision and I had to face it squarely.
Yes, and I like that, mommy asked you those questions because she wanted to be sure that you had thought it through properly
Yes.
before taking that decision. All right, so let's move to purpose very quickly. Most times when I hear the word purpose, I feel like at some point when I see purpose on a flyer, I'm like, oh my God, there we go again. Like, it almost has become a buzzword. Everybody just says purpose, 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 without actually defining or clearly, making us understand what it is. And I'm sure we have people like that. How many of us understand what purpose is here? You see? So today we are going to touch on that. And my question will be directed at Abayomi. Abayomi, what would you say purpose is? And what makes one a purposeful human being?
Thank you for your question. Morning, everyone. I think there are various schools of thought about purpose. When that word is used, oftentimes in religious spaces, most times it means something close to an assignment you receive from God, right? But if we want to talk in simple terms without making it sound over spiritual, I think purpose oftentimes you find is that one thing, or sometimes multiple things, that you find meaning doing, right? That one thing, multiple things that you find meaning doing. When we look at the generation of my parents, I found that oftentimes they did things not because they necessarily enjoyed doing those things or they found meaning in them, but because they needed to pay bills, right? They needed to send gays to school, they needed to send Tunde, your dad was a Molu, a bus driver, right? If you asked him, did he find meaning doing that? Possibly not, but he needed to do it, all right? So there are times in our lives when we do things, we may not necessarily enjoy them. In fact, we may have to endure them, but we do it because it is necessary at this phase. But when you think about your life in the long-term perspective, which I would like to encourage the boys here today, don't think only about today, don't think only about the next day, but think in a long-term perspective. I had an elder brother who, while we were living, we grew up in Festac Town. My father was a soldier, average family, maybe slightly below average. A lot of structure, a lot of discipline in the house. But my brother used to dream of big things. It was a block of flats, not a wealthy environment as such. But he used to read some books. And I remember one of those books he read then was Think and Grow Rich. I think, if I'm not mistaken, by Napoleon Vincent Pale or Napoleon Hill. I think so, right? He read that book and then he started having dreams and visions of what was bigger than the environment where we were living, right? He had never done that before. He started writing his goals, pasting it on the door, thinking beyond today, right? The people in the neighborhood really only thought about the present time, today, and maybe the next day. But I think when we talk about purpose, it's something, oftentimes it's bigger than you. It's long-term in perspective. It's something that gives life meaning. And sometimes it may not necessarily be convenient and pleasurable, especially in the short term. But in the long term, you then find, you look back and you find that you find meaning doing those things. So just to wrap up, personally, I'm one of those people that was confused while I was a teenager. And I say confused because I had multiple talents. I could draw, I was a sport prefect, I could swim, I was good in karate, I can actually dance. I was just pretending today. I was in a break dance group. I could play chess. I got a bronze medal when I was playing chess.
Yeah, going to dance for us before you leave this stage.
I was the best physics student. I mean, I could do many things. I was the volleyball captain. I could do many things. See? No. I could do backflip, gymnastics.
Talent choke you, sir.
It sounds like that's the life to, like the ideal kind of person, right? But it was a lot of confusion for me because I really did not know what to choose. Should I go into science class? Should I go into art class? Should I be a lawyer? Should I be an engineer? All right, but one of the things, the encouragement I got during that phase of my life was to keep exploring, all right? Keep exploring, because many times we don't have all the answers today, right? Nobody knows the entire picture of what tomorrow holds. So for me, the counsel I got during that phase was keep exploring. Over time, you'll eventually find the place where you want to specialize. And today, currently, even though I schooled and got an engineering degree, very close to a first class, I missed a first class by 0.03. Very painful, 4.47. But I'm not using the engineering degree, right? Today, I do strategy. And many times people ask me, how does an engineer end up being a strategist? Sometimes I even don't know the answer to that question. But the point I'm making is this: keep exploring. If you have skills, talents, abilities, and interests, explore them. Over time, you'll find a space where you would find meaning, you enjoy what you are doing, and you'll be adding value and making impact to society. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. It's almost like you peeped into my notes, because the question I was supposed to ask Abolaji was about, a multi-talented person, someone who has, different talents, and, sometimes your talents are seeking expression at the same time. And you might just find yourself being confused. But thank you so much. I've already answered the question. Keep exploring, and eventually you'll find something that, would have meaning, and you would also be giving value to the society and making impact. Thank you so much. You already answered the question. So let's just move straight to identity. And I'm going to ask Abolaji, right? As a believer who was led to, politics, did you ever, at any point, have to deal with, identity crisis, sitting and wondering, hey, how am I going to, deal with this? And what advice would you give to a person that is struggling with their identity?
Okay, thank you very much. First, you have to know who you are as a believer in Christ. I believe that a lot of us here are believers. You have to know who you are in Christ. There's nothing I do in life that I don't have an anchor scripture to back it up, whether it's in entertainment, in music, in ministry, in my acting career, in politics, everything, in business, everything has a line with scripture. Just like Mr. Yomi was saying, while I was growing up, I used to write on the wall in my room. In fact, if you go to my father's house till now, you see those things I wrote on the wall. So one of the things I wrote was, I want to be like Pastor E. Adeboye. Like, I didn't know how. Why?
And you just did a film and you played the role of Papa
Exactly.
Adeboye.
So then I didn't know. Like, it didn't make sense to me. I just wrote it there. I said, I wanted to be like Pastor Adeboye.
How many of us have seen Enoch? Wow. Okay. So you are sitting next to, okay, I'm the one that is seated next to the man who played the role of Enoch in the movie. I thought I was going to get a round of applause, so. All right, please carry on.
And getting into secondary school, I attended one of the best secondary schools in Lagos, Igbobi College. So, up school, nice. So, getting into Igbobi College, my father would always tell me, because my father attended Igbobi College too, he would always tell me that this is the school some great men passed through in Nigeria. He will say, oh, my friend Femi Gbajabiamila, oh, Fashola, this person. Then Professor Shibaju was still a commissioner in Lagos. He would say, do you know Pastor Shibaju? I said, oh, okay, nice. I want to be like these people. So, fast forward, about 15 years down the line, I find myself in the space of NSAS. And I remember one of the Sundays of NSAS, while we're on Twitter. So on Twitter, people don't really know my face because I cover my face. On Twitter, I'm pastor to the bad boys. So, so in case you have heard pastors to bad boys, maybe I'll go and change the handle now. So, on Twitter, all of us were just there, NSAS, people were angry over different things. And as a believer, I was like, come, if everybody is protesting during the week, those of us that are believers on Sunday, what are we going to do? So some guys came up. We had 2 venues for NSAS on the island and mainland, Trenches and Tush NSAS. So people that were doing island, they said they wanted to watch Reverend Samadeyemi on Sunday. I was like, I have guys everywhere. Let's watch Pastor Adeboye on Sunday at Ikeja doing NSAS. So I called everybody. I called Pastor Clear Ajayi. I called Pastor Leke Adeboye. I called my church choir. Then we had not done the popular song Omobaba then. And everybody just came together and we had his service. And on getting back to the redemption camp, my boss called me and said, oh, Adiola, do you know that you are more than this? God is calling you to do something more. And I said, how? He said, it's time for you to go into government. It's time for you to be the scapegoat. I can never forget. Before he died, he used that word. His name is Pastor Dare Adeboye. That's the second son of Pastor Adeboye of blessed memory. So he said, Diola, you need to go and do this. You need to go and do that. And we started at the smallest level. That's the councillorship. And today, I'm the deputy leader of the Legislative House in Obafemi Owode, the youngest in Nigeria. But the first thing, I had to have that mind going into that space as a child of God. See, the major thing, Jesus had to look for his own identity when he met the guys in the synagogue. He had to go to the book of Isaiah. He said, I've come here to set the captives free. He said, I've come here so that I will heal the brokenhearted. Jesus had to find meaning for his life. He had to find purpose. And because he was the Son of God, that was his identity. He could function as a farmer, as a carpenter, as a fisherman, as anything. Look at the life of David as well. David could do anything he wanted to do because he was a man after God's heart first. David was a prophet. David was a choir master. David was a warrior. David was, at some point, a humanizer. So David was everything that he wanted to do because he found his space. He found that identity in Christ. And finally, when we came up with the song, Omobaba, I remember my thinking then was there are some boys we want to reach out to. There are guys that we need to reach out to. Just like Mr. Tunde is doing with the guys in the slum for chess. And we said there are some people that are just there that people don't know. And these ones are actually the children of God. These ones are children of the Father. And when that song came, it was able to birth a lot of things. Like a lot of things started coming up. Yesterday we had an outreach somewhere in Ibafo. And about 200 boys gave their life to Christ. These guys that they don't really have a place in the society. We're able to call them. We said, no, you are a child of God. First, identify that you're a child of God first. You are a royal priesthood. You are a holy nation. You are a peculiar people. The one that created the heavens and earth created you. So once you find that first, you know that you are the child of God. Then every other thing will be easier and added on to you. Thank you.
Wow. It just added the spiritual aspect for us. Everybody has said different things and it just chipped it in that, the real foundation, the source is God. And once you identify as a child of God, every other thing just falls in place. Thank you so much for that. All right, so I'm going back to Tunde now. Tunde, let's talk about pressure. I know a lot of people here today, if you ask them questions, they're probably in a confused state. They're feeling like, I really don't know what to do. And there's a lot of pressure, right? Sometimes this pressure is self-inflicted. Sometimes the pressure is, from an external force, like social media. Because I really need to talk about social media because we have a lot of young people here today. So I want you to, teach us, let us know what are some of the things that we can do, to avoid self-inflicted pressure or even external pressure, and how can one stay motivated through the journey, regardless of, surrounding situations. You said something, you said it wasn't even, you didn't have so much money even when you started, you didn't feel like you were there yet or anything. So how were you able to go through this journey and stay motivated? Up until now, I'm sure you're still trying to stay motivated. So what has helped you thus far?
All right, thank you. So pressure, you get to feel pressure, and
the pressure is getting worse.
yeah, pressure is something you have to learn to deal with, and it never goes away. Because now listen, one thing I want you to know, is there anyone here, are there any private schools here? Just public schools? Good. Now listen, and I won't sugarcoat this for you. I'll tell you the truth, because you need to know the truth, and you know that all the odds are stacked up against you. So by default, right, for the most of you here, there's no place for you in this world just by default, right? The world is designed in a way that, people don't think about you guys necessarily, right? People don't even think about Africa in most cases, except to exploit them or get something from them, right? So it is entirely up to you to find where you belong. Find your own place, right? Make space there, and also create space for other people like you, right? That is the responsibility that you have, right? So this means that your fight is different. If kids from the rich schools, rich kids, if they have to do 10 things, you have to do 100 things. If they have to do 100 things, you have to do 1,000 things, right? And this is because they have certain privileges that would make their own life very easy for them. But most of you will never get the same privilege that they have, right? So what do you do about it? Do you just let the pressure get to you and you become afraid? No. And this is what I had to do, and I hope you can pick important lessons from there. Let me tell you about pressure. Pressure for me was, my mom made this huge sacrifice so I could go to school. Now imagine that after all of these sacrifices, I'm now saying that what I want to do is charity. Right? No, I don't want to do something, or it was a really hard conversation. My mom cried because everyone had this expectation, in my house at the time, secondary school, is either you're a doctor or you're a failure. There's no in between, there's no. So everyone had this expectation. I was going to finish secondary school, I was going to become a doctor, and I was going to save my family from poverty. And I felt a lot of that pressure at a really, really young age, right? So when I was done with secondary school, I was a senior prefect. I was the best student, right? I scored maybe 270 in my JAMB, and I had 70 post-UME for Unilag. I wanted to do medicine. Maybe I didn't want to do medicine, but it was just a path. My parents expected that, oh, you do medicine. And the way it was then, it was intelligent students in science class, average students in commercial class, and the dull ones in hard class. So I don't know if it's different now, but that was it. And that segregation then, I can tell you, ruined a lot of lives, right? Because most people wanted to be in science class because it's for smart people, and they ended up struggling all their lives. This single decision, this single education policy ruined so many lives. I keep saying this. So I was meant to be a doctor, but I had 70 in my post-UME. And the cutoff mark for Unilag medicine in 2011 was 71, right? And my catchment was even 69 for Ogun State. And my parents didn't know anyone. And that was when I began to see that I was different. You know, when you're in school, school still shields you. You don't know whether this person has rich parents or not. But when I finished school and I didn't get admission that year, some of my classmates traveled abroad, you know, for their own school. Some did diploma, some did pre-degree, some went to private school. And it was almost like I was the only one that didn't get admission. And my parents didn't know anyone. And I was just very sad. So I started teaching in one Bako school, you know, not too far from where I lived. Now, the following year, I said I was going to prepare hard. And I did get admission into LASU for medicine and surgery. But guess what? It was the same year that the government increased their school fees from 25,000 to 250,000. And my parents didn't have the money. And every day I would keep looking at the portal. And even as medical students, we even had to pay an extra 90,000. And the portal closed. And the second year, I didn't get into school to do medicine anymore. And there was something my mom used to say when we were young. She would say, because my parents were not educated, and it was a pain point for her. She would say, so what that means is, when you grow up too, I want you to be able to stand amongst your peers in the gathering of successful people and be able to speak, right? It was a pain point that she had, and she did everything. Now, in spite of all of this, I still couldn't get to school, I couldn't get admission, I couldn't go on to become a doctor to save my parents from poverty. The pressure just kept building up. Eventually, you know, I got into Yaba Tech to study computer science, and that was it. And after everything, you know, I came out, right? There were no jobs. I tried to hustle for a bit. In fact, I tried to jackpot. In 2017, my dream was to escape this wayward country. That's what I used to tell everyone. But then it didn't work out. But in 2018, I found purpose. I found meaning, not because I was well off. In fact, I was even broke, almost homeless. I was living with my auntie. I found purpose is using my own talent and sharing it as a gift to someone that would never be able to pay me. And I made a decision to pursue that path. And that was when the pressure box just broke. Because there were expectations from family, from everyone, that you have to be successful. And listen, it might not be the same thing for you guys, but you get to that point in your lives, right? And you would have to make a decision to really choose what you want to do. Whether you do something and give in to people's expectations around you, or you follow your own path that God has designed for you. And when you get to that point, let me tell you, choose the path that God has defined for you, right? The path that helps you find meaning. It might be hard, and a lot of people will not even understand it, right? But then, you can only connect the dots in hindsight. You won't know where it leads at that point. It is maybe 5 years now from then, I can now be like, oh, thank God this happened. There was a reason why it had to be me to do the Church and Slums project, because this is the pain that I understand. This is the pain that I felt. So the stories of the children resonate more strongly with me than any other person, because I have felt the pains of hunger before. And I made a decision because I had faith in my idea, and I thought that idea could change the world. And we kept doing it the first year, the second year, the third year. Nobody cared. But then we're changing the lives of the children in Ikorodu. And I was happy with that. I was working on the side as a teacher in private schools. I was teaching them chess. So it was like, I'm teaching the rich kids chess in private schools. Then on weekends, I go and teach the poor kids and even give them food after training. Right? But then last year, 2021 December, something happened. And that just changed my life forever. Right? And that is where you know that at every point, you would have to make important sacrifices. Right? I knew that this was this idea, and I had the courage to pursue it, to impress it on the world. And that's the only difference between you and whatever you need to do. It's just courage. Just know that what you do actually matters to the world. and I'm going to give my best to it. And I picked a few chess boards and went to Oshodi under bridge. I wanted to tell a new story and change society's perception about children like that were living under the bridge. And we did it, and it was absolutely phenomenal. Oshodi under bridge that you can't even pass at night, it's one of the most dangerous places in Lagos. It became a classroom for children to learn. And guess the kind of people that came. It became a tourist center. Patrice Evra from Manchester United came to Oshodi under bridge to sit down with the kids to learn from them. The Canadian Embassy came there. The Royal Naval Team, they came there, right? And listen, it took 3 years just doing it quietly, right? It took a lot of painful years. But then it got to that point where you began to show the world that it is indeed possible to do great things from a small place. And from then till now, a lot has happened, and God has been kind to me. In fact, I was brand ambassador for this company last year, and they had my billboards everywhere. So anytime my dad passes the place, it'll be like, that's my son, that's my son. You know, of course, they're very proud of me now. But at the beginning, they didn't understand a lot of the things that I wanted to do, that I needed to do, that God had called me to do. So on a final note, back to pressure. The pressure will come from the people that love you, even if it is with good intent, from the world that doesn't even care about you. There'll be a lot of pressure, right? What you're doing doesn't make sense. In fact, you don't even know anything, or you are an olodo. People will just dismiss you easily, right? But listen, right? Their opinion, in the grand scheme of things, doesn't really count, right? What counts is the conviction that you have. And the odds are against you, so you have to fight differently, right? Fight differently, believe in your dreams, and pursue them relentlessly.
Wow. That was really intense. That was from a very passionate place. I feel like you have said everything. There's really no other question that we would probably want to ask, right? But I'm sure you have questions. Do you have questions? Do you have questions? Do you have your questions written down? Okay, so we're going to be taking your questions very shortly. We're going to take just 2 questions. Just 2 questions. And we're going to be taking those questions from the first 2 people to come outside here. First 2 to get here. 1, 2. Thank you. The rest can go back, please. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Okay. So your name, your school, and then you direct your question to whoever you want to answer your question. Can you come on stage, please? Thank you. A round of applause for them now. So you tell us your name, your school, then you take your question, and you can address your question to, direct your question to anyone that you want to answer your questions. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Olukoto Michael from Government Senior College, Ikoyi. My question is, why is it that parents are always comparing their children to other children with other children, especially when they are not doing well in academics or in life? This made us feel bad and depressed anytime we hear it. So we need to know why it's like that.
Who do you want to answer your question?
Everyone, all the speakers.
Okay, one of the speakers would answer. Who wants to go, please? Okay, the second person, please take your question.
Okay, my name is Emmanuel Gabriel. I'm from Okesino Senior High School. So my question, I have 2 questions, but I'll say the number one. Number one is, why is it that Nigeria football players are not valued and they are not noticed? Because for me, Emmanuel Gabriel, I really love football. I know how to play and manage the ball on a football pitch. But our government is not doing anything to support football career in Nigeria. I really wish to solve problem in Nigeria so that through me, I can make football easier in Nigeria for our young, talented, skillful, and valuable players in Nigeria. I just want to be problem solver in Nigeria football.
Thank you. Wow. What's your second question?
My second question is that what can I do so that I can play in European countries? Because I know the world needs me.
I like that. A boy that knows what he wants. Thank you very much. And I mean, Tunde already said one thing. One thing I can say to your question would be that, you know, courage is what separates you from other people. If you dare to dream, it might not make sense to everyone, but if it makes sense to you, and from the way you have written this down, it definitely makes sense to you, so keep pushing, and I'm sure you would reach your goals. But please, is there anyone that wants to answer any of the questions? Thank you.
Yeah. The first question about why do parents compare their kids or maybe to other kids. I'm a parent, I have 2 kids. One is 11, one is 7. And I've also had to be careful not to repeat the mistakes of my parents. All right? It's one thing to look at our parents when we are young and say to them they are doing something wrong. It's another thing entirely whether or not you then repeat the mistakes they made. One of the reasons I think parents make that comparison, I would say is, you know, there may be many reasons, but I would say is not many of the parents are trained on parenting. Now, kids, you know, when you go to school, you learn, you have a structured environment where you are taught about mathematics, English, science, and different things, right? If you ask your parents, I'm not sure you should ask that question, but if you ask your parents if they've ever been taught about parenting, the likelihood is that most of them would say, not really, if at all. Okay, so I need you to understand, boys, that your parents may not necessarily have been taught. In fact, what they are doing is what they also saw your grandparents doing, right? And what your grandparents did is probably what your great-grandparents did, and the cycle continues. So what should you do about that? When your father or mother says to you, this other child is doing better, I think maybe you should take it as encouragement instead of using it as an excuse to blame your parents that they should do better. Because it's really difficult to say to your dad, Daddy, you should not compare me to another child. What's the likely response Daddy will give you? Eh? Yeah. Do you know what they call abara? That they smack you on the back, all right? You know, and you remember, like I said, I grew up with a soldier as a father. So if my soldier father says to me, your mates are doing better, should I say to him, but Daddy, why are you comparing? Under the bed in our house when I was growing up, there was a sword and then there was a knife. So there are some things you can't even say. All right, so my encouragement to you is this. Don't allow that to discourage you. In fact, underneath that comparison is love. It's because they want you actually to be better than what you are currently doing. All right? That's the truth. They might not know. Yeah. Right? They might not know how to communicate the love. It's really love that makes a parent smack you and say you should do better, at least in most instances, right? It's love. It's actually coming from a place of love. And my encouragement to you is for you to be mentally tough. Even from a young age, you can be mentally tough. Take it as feedback and use it to improve yourself. If that child is actually doing better than you, the person they are comparing you to, then take some lessons from that person and move forward. God bless you.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you. And thank you to all our speakers, Abayomi, Abolaji, Gaze, Tunde. Thank you so very much for your words. It's been an... What? The football question. All right, so who wants to address that?
For football, well, I love football a lot. I'm an Arsenal fan, even if they break our hearts every time. And yesterday we were at an orphanage home, and they beat SOP 8-1. I played too. Even the one was penalty save that they gave us out of pity. And fortunately, I'm still in government, and this area is one area that really pains me as well. And I don't want to be on the defensive side. I'm on your side because I'm a boy, I'm a guy as well. And I feel your pain. And just like Mr. Tunde said, one of the things that happens to the boy child is that the boy child is already at a disadvantage, because now you are probably 16 or 17. By the time you are 20, by the time you are 21, your value in the market when it comes to sports is dropping. By the time you are 25, the value is dropping. So what can you do for yourself? Number one is to keep developing yourself. Nigeria, except until a miracle happens, Nigeria is not yet interested in what they can do for you as a sportsman. I tell you that for free. I tell you that for free. It is what you do for yourself that matters. If you can find no, not even agents now. In our days, we had Lad One, we had Pepsi Academy. If you can find these academies in your area, when we were young, we had something we used to call Wembley Stadium. Our Wembley Stadium was Jibo Under Bridge. That was Wembley Stadium for those of us that stayed on the mainland, from Maryland to Fadey. If you can find those places, play there. There are people, there are scouts that come there that you don't know about. These people will just be there, and low-key, they will sign you from there. That's number two. Number three, make sure that you sell yourself. This is the social media now. You are jogging the ball, you went for training, post it on Twitter, post it on Instagram. Don't think you don't have 10,000 followers yet. Don't think you don't have 5,000 followers. Sell yourself. See, you are the biggest ambassador of your own brand. You are the biggest advertiser of yourself. Carry your friends together. Oh, we have inter-school match. In our days, Igbobi and CMS, we were enemies when it comes to football, cricket, and everything. So please, you have inter-school match, you have whatever, be active in it and push yourself outside there. In future, by the time some of you too get into government, you'll be able to take these things seriously. But for now, because I would just be lying to you if I say the government will look into it. For as it stands now, there's nothing tangible that the government is doing when it comes to sports in Nigeria. You are the one that will sell yourself. Look at chess. Nigeria should have a chess federation or something that should be pushing this. But fortunately, he's the one running a thing by himself, and the grace of God that is upon his life. Look at Gaze Baba. Gaze Baba, you should have, Nigeria has a music regulating body. There was a time they said there was $5 billion or something for artists in Nigeria. But it's the grace of God that is helping him, and so many other people as well. So please sell yourself by yourself. You are the biggest umpire of your life. God bless you.
Thank you so very much. Wow. They have said so much already. And I'll just, wrap up by saying that I believe that purpose is a journey. It's not a destination. It's a journey. Every single day, you're discovering yourself. Every single thing that you do leads you to your final destination. So your purpose is a journey. So you discover yourself every single day. I think Gaze also has something he wants to add.
I just want to tell you guys, because it came to my mind when Tunde was speaking. Because if you paid attention, he had been doing chess in Ikorodu for like 3 years before you then did Oshodi Under Bridge. And all of us on Twitter, we know when the Oshodi one blew up. There was this particular video, and it ended with them wearing, I think, made clothes for them and all of that. It was the finals. So I want to tell you, when you find that like sweet spot, like Yomi said. By the way, I don't think you guys, because neither you guys nor himself introduced himself. He's head of FBN. Yeah, head of Continental of strategy for. I need to mention the company. Let them know who they are listening to. It matters, oh. It matters. Let them know.
All right. So I'm the group head of strategy for Continental Reinsurance. It's a multinational company. I cover 6 regions. That's Tunisia, Cote d'Ivoire, Kenya, Botswana, Nigeria, and Cameroon. All right?
So when you find, he talked about the various things that he was good at, then you found the sweet spot where, all his skills are employed. When you find that thing and then you start to go in it, because it may not be popular, like maybe what both of us do, the fact that it has not succeeded quick doesn't mean you are doing the wrong thing. You need staying power. Once you are resolute and you are sure that this is it, then don't let the fact that some people seem to be making it in what they are doing make you doubt where you are. So imagine if he stopped doing what he was doing 2 years into Ikorodu, because he's the one who is spending the money to feed the kids, then he will not have hit the gosha he hit when they then did Oshodi, right? So whatever it is, when you find it, it will still take some time before that switch or that scale, that quantum leap happens. You need to put in the work for the time before that happens, all right? So don't lose hope after you start.
Don't lose hope after you start. Thank you so much.
I believe all the speakers deserve an ovation. Please, let's stand and let's put our hands together. Just stand. Thank you. No, you could do better. Let's put our hands together for them. So we have an award to present our speakers. Damola Chinedu and Awara will be presenting it to them. Keep clapping. Don't stop clapping. Keep clapping. Keep clapping. So, and Dami, please stay by their side and then take a picture. Keep clapping. DJ, let's have you play music on the background. Keep clapping. Kings, keep clapping. Super amazing. Keep clapping till they leave. Thank you. Is the DJ there? Please, hold on. We still have more pictures. Keep clapping just for a few more seconds. Yes. Do we have the DJ now? Thank you. So till they get off the stage, keep clapping to every of my guests from Mr.
Wait, so Abayomi promised us dance.
Dance. Now Abayomi promised
us dance.
Mr. Tunde, Miss Baba. Yes. Put your hands together for your own self too, and then say,
Mr. Abayomi, don't run away, sir. You promised us. He promised us, right?
See me, please.
He promised us, right? Okay. No, you have to. The boys are not going to be happy with you. All right. He said he doesn't really have time. Do we forgive him?
He said no.
They said no.
So I need the DJ. Please sit. I want us to say thank you. I want the DJ at this point. Musimi, please. Yeah, is the DJ there? All right. So this is what I want us to do right now. Not from your school, okay? You're going to stand and pick somebody else from another school. So have a partner for yourself and then sit close to your partner real quick. So get somebody not from your school, okay? All right. Pick another person from another school and then sit close to the person. Is the DJ there now? Yes, so sit close to the person, all right? Yes, sit close to the person. You must not be sitting with somebody from your school, so obviously you're sitting with another person. So you have 10 seconds, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright? So now look at your partner now. Now give your partner a high five. Give your partner a high five. Alright? Now give your partner a big smile. Give your partner a big smile. As a smile, not laugh. Alright? So now talk to your partner. One person has to be number 1. The other person has to be number 2. So talk to yourself. One person has to be number one. The other person has to be number two. All right, so if you're number one, let me see your hands up. All the number one. Yeah, drop your hands down. All the number one, please stand up. Thank you. If you're number two, raise your hand up. Okay, all the number two, please stand up. Thank you. Now look at your partner face to face. Look at your partner face to face. All right, so we're just going to do 2 assignments. Number one is this. Now give your partner a hug. Everybody give your partner a hug. Yeah. Now leave your partner alone. Alright, so let's just do one because of time. Alright, so DJ is going to play a danceable song now. Now listen, you're dancing with your partner, okay, for a few seconds. Now listen, when I shout number one, when you hear me shout number one, all the number one, you're meant to carry number two up. You don't drop until I say drop. When I shout number two, all the number two, you carry number one up. You don't drop until I say drop. You are dancing first. So DJ, play me, let's go. You're dancing first. So move your body and shake your body. I'm watching you. I'm watching you. I'm watching
This your back in the answer. Don't try. Spend on my house rent. Say this your body.
Thank you. Put your hands together for yourself. All right. So now sit. You're sitting with your partner now. All right. So sit down close to your partner right now. All right. So I need us to focus on the screen yet again, and this time we're taking another speaker, another keynote speaker, number two. All right. So please help me put our hands together for Mr. Mobolaji Adewumi. So let's focus. Okay, he's here. Please, let's put our hands together for Mr. Abolaji. He is the second keynote speaker. You need, yeah, it's very possible. So please, can you help us move? Yeah, sir, Mr. Abolaji, just come. Yeah, we're going to help you move. So I need 2 ushers to please help us move. Yeah, he wants is it altar or pulpit? The podium. He wants the podium moved here. DJ, just play me something like real quick. Yeah, so please, let's have like 2 ushers, please just come, or 2 people on the team, help us move the podium. Okay.
She's just so beautiful. Man, I don't know what she's doing to me.
Okay.
Good afternoon, all. Or should I say hi, guys? Yeah. So it's a great honor to be here today. When I was approached to come speak at this event, my initial response was that I was too busy or I was engaged for that day. But one of the organizers mentioned something, and which struck a chord in me. There's always a tendency to forget the boy child, right? At this time, almost everything is on the girl child. All the focus is on ladies, on women, which is not a bad thing, right? But a lot of times we get forgotten, and just growing up, and my experiences, you know. I have a lot of friends that I feel could have come out better if a little bit of more attention was paid to them. So please, can we give the organizers a round of applause? So I've been told to speak on kingship and how you emerge as a king. Okay, the rising of kings. Just to get your perspective, could somebody just tell me who or what you think a king is? Is it Oba Elegushi? Is it Ooni of Ife? Or what is your own interpretation of a king?
A king is someone that rules a particular place or a community.
Excellent. Does somebody else want to try?
A king is a ruler of a community.
Okay, thank you. Literally, according to English, you will say, well, a king is a ruler of a community, right? But we can all be kings. We can all be kings in our different sphere of life. We can be kings wherever we find ourselves, right? So I can be a teacher and I'm seen as a king in that profession of teaching, right? I can be a mechanic and be seen as a king, as a mechanic. I can be in the furniture space, right? And be seen as a king in that place, right? So kingship goes beyond you being the leader of a community. Kingship is you taking charge of the environment of where God has placed you. And over the years, right, I've seen, just looking at the kids that I grew up together, I've seen kings emerge, right? I've seen leaders emerge that didn't have parents that were leaders. I've seen leaders emerge that had parents that were leaders. I've seen leaders, people that had the potential of being leaders, losing that opportunity of emergence. So what I will just be talking to you about is just a summary of that experience and how you can differentiate yourself and prepare yourself for kingship. Next slide, please. So, no, please take it back. So just the definition is one who assumes responsibility, takes care of, and lead others, right? Emphasis on lead others and take care of. So if you're a leader and you're not taking care of your people, then you are not demonstrating the main quality of being a king. You are probably a ruler, or you're an emperor, or you're a tyrant, right? So you need to emerge to lead, but beyond that, you need to take care of the people you lead. So there are several misconceptions. They will say, oh, if you have plenty of money, you are successful. You hear things like, you're a politician, you're a king, or you're a leader, right? You're a CEO of a multinational, you're a big musician, right? You're a leader. But in the true sense, right, leadership and kingship is beyond all these things. It's not about you having money and having a lot of money if you're not impacting lives. Next slide, please. Okay. Who can you recognize? I know some of them has got names, right? But just blank out the names. Who can you recognize here? Okay. Please, can you come forward if the mic is not close to you? So which of them do you know?
Sadio Mane.
You know?
Sadio Mane.
Okay. Do you know Gerard Pick?
No, Piqué.
Piqué, okay, Gerard Piqué.
Yes.
Yeah.
Big Wiz.
Big Wiz.
And Davido.
Davido. Do you know that beautiful lady?
Huh?
You don't know? Okay. Thank you and thanks. Just looking at this picture, right? If you are looking at being a king, we would say, oh, money, the person is popular, you know, just on the point of his finger, he could name like 4 of the people in here. Sadio Mane, Gerard Piqué, and thanks for correcting me. I don't watch football, but I've heard so much about the guy, especially the musician he dated and all that, right? But there's this lady that nobody really mentioned. This lady got the award for the best teacher in Nigeria in 2022. So the Federal Ministry of Education but we don't know her because she's not a celebrity. But in her own space, she's distinguished herself to be a king, right? Or to be a queen in the space where she finds herself, right? What this tells you is that you don't necessarily need to be a footballer. You don't necessarily need to be a musician to distinguish yourself and make impact in whatever environments you find yourself. And this woman, she's not teaching in a private school. She teaches in Okeado High School, somewhere on the mainland, right? But she has been able to impact so many lives, right? So for you to be a true king, you need to be able to impact so many lives. Something also very instrumental in this slide, could you take it back? No, take it back. Okay, is that if you look at the 2 musicians, right? Both of them fantastic musicians making impact in the space where they've decided to practice. But you will notice that one came from a very rich background. Davido, correct. The other musician, Wizkid, came from a very poor background. Eh? Is what? Ojuelegba, correct. Is from the downtown Ojuelegba. But irrespective of where they came from, right, they were able to emerge and make an impact, right? One of the panelists, I knew when he was saying that, you have the odds stacked against you, the world is against you. Not really saying the world is not against you, right? But the path you are passing through also toughens you to be able to compete with any child from anywhere, right? So there are some things, there are some strengths you will develop, even growing up in Ojuelegba, growing up in Alimosho, that a normal VI Ikoyi boy doesn't have, right? If you get to the field of play, right, they might tend to have an advantage, but you would also have some advantages, right? And you could meet them, match them head for head, and actually be successful in what you do. And if you look at below to the 2 footballers, one came from Africa, from a village in Africa, very poor, right? The other person was born into wealth. But you could see the 2 of them emerge to lead in the space where they found themselves. I will share an experience, a personal experience. I went to the military school, right? And from the military school, you are meant to join the Nigerian Army. The uniqueness of NMS, the school is called Nigerian Military School. That was my secondary school. The uniqueness of that school at that point in time is that you have a blend of the very rich kids and kids from very poor backgrounds. So you have lance corporals in the army that send their children there. You have the generals' kids that attend the same school. I knew when I was in school, General Abacha's son was in my school, right? And you have the very, very poor kids also in that same school. But looking back and looking at the journey of life, I will pick on a particular guy. I won't mention his name, but I will just mention this nickname that we use for him then. His name is Smog. When we entered into GS1, Smog came from a village. Somehow, through the effort of his uncle, he was able to get into the school. First term, Smog couldn't speak a sentence of English, right? So when he tries to speak English, we make jest of him, you know. But that never deterred him. He kept trying, making efforts to speak English. By the time we're finishing year 1, Smog could speak, was as good as any one of us in English. But the interesting thing about Smog was that when we finished school, I got into OAU, right? Smog too got into OAU. By the time he was finishing, he read geology. Smog was the best graduating student in geology. This was a boy that grew up in the village, that couldn't speak English, that didn't have the resources and support that the general children had. When he finished from OAU, you know, if you want to clap, just clap for him. When he finished from school, right, he had offers from Shell, Chevron, and a couple of other places. And he was very deliberate, you know, and he said, by that time I was already in KPMG. He said, I don't want to work for any of those places. I want to serve my country, right? I want to go back to join the army, right? So he went back to the Nigerian Defense Academy for the 6-9 month course that if you've gone to a normal civil university, you go to. Typically in NDA, right, if you do a 5-year course, the best graduating student for that year is sent to Sandhurst in the United Kingdom. But because he was doing a 9-month course, he wasn't entitled to that, or nobody on the 9-month course was entitled to that benefit. But for a particular reason that year, none of the guys on the 5-year course was good enough to go to Sandhurst. And the village boy that was born in the village, that lived in the village, that probably didn't come into the main city until he came to NMS Zaria, right, led the class that set, and they picked him for the first time to go to Sandhurst. So he was the first guy to go to Sandhurst. When he got to Sandhurst, right, which is the military training academy in the United Kingdom, right, he did not only do well, he was the best graduating student in Sandhurst for that year. This is a village boy, you know, from a very, very poor background. So the lesson to me, which I picked and which I always emphasize to people, is that, yeah, you can say your background, the odds are against you, right? But like they say, water will always find a way. You should have the spirit that you are water, you will flow, you will break through, irrespective of the obstacles that come before you. And I know a lot of CEOs, executives around in corporate organizations, right? Most of them didn't come from the background that you look at, that you say, oh, this is an Ikoyi boy, this is a VI boy, you know. When you listen to each one of them, they have a very distinguished story that they have to tell. So it's just a lesson for us that we can break through in any way. Next slide. Yeah. So this is a summary of Sadio, you know, from the village. He moved into town. Somehow he found his way to France. He became a footballer. And one very impactful thing is that probably much more than any footballer that has emerged, he's played particular interest in Africa, you know, giving out a lot of his money, coming to do a lot of work in Africa. You know, that is the character of a king. Those are the characters a leader has. When they spoke to him, they said, what were the lessons you learned from your childhood? Some of it, he said, think big and be passionate about everything you do. So he was very, very passionate when he was growing up, and he was telling people that I'm not just going to play in Senegal, I'm going to play in Europe. People look at him and say it's absolutely impossible. So there will be things, there will be dreams you are holding on to, and people will tell you that, guy, that one is reserved for some people. You cannot break through. But I can tell you from my experience, it's a complete lie. You know, you can break through pretty much anything. Build a skill and persist. You know, one of the very good qualities of footballers, and it transcends to pretty much any career or any profession, right, is that you need to develop your skills. What is that particular skill? I was hearing the last speaker saying he could do like 8-10 things, right? But one thing that stood out for me was that at a point he had to decide, this is what I want to do, right? Some of us can do 15 things. Some of us can do only one thing. Even if you can do just one thing, right? Nurture that skill, and it would ultimately make a way for you. Invest in yourself, trainings, read books, and all that. Don't be shy to ask for help, right? When you are stuck or you need something, right, there's always someone around that can help. Some of us don't experience our breakthrough because you were just too shy to knock on the door, right? We'll go to school, we'll graduate from university. Job search takes a lot of knocking on doors, right? Going from one employer to another, speaking to people either in your mosque or church to connect you. Don't be shy to do that. Next slide. So what are my own experiences? You know, just working with people and just trying to emerge as a king. In that walk of kingship, what have I learned from my childhood? I think these are valid lessons that if you take them and run with them, they will help you make an impact in life. It's not much about where you're coming from, but where you're going to. You know, if you look at a car, there's the main mirror in front, right? And there is the side mirror that you look at to look at your side. There's a windscreen, there's the back windscreen, there's a front windscreen, right? A lot of us, what we do is that we keep looking back and saying, I'm from this background. I've made this mistake, right? But in the real sense, what you should be looking at is your front. The back, whenever you look at the back through the small mirror on top, it's just for you to look back and see that things are okay. But in the real sense, you should always focus on the journey ahead. It doesn't matter where you're coming from. People are scared to make mistakes, right? I think one thing is that you can't be successful without making few mistakes, right? Either you make mistakes in investment, you make mistakes in even some of the activities you do, right? But it's the way you pick up yourself, you dust up yourself, and clean up yourself, and try again, or try something else, right? But not just making mistakes, is that you should learn from those mistakes, right? But beyond that, you see people making mistakes every day. You should learn from their mistakes, right? If you see somebody that has been stupid and ended up in a particular way, and you decide to be stupid, you are much more stupid than that individual. So it's very, very important that you learn from mistakes, your own, the mistakes every other person has made. Don't ever compare yourself to any other person. We see this not just in schools, right? But it happens in workplaces too. You know, I look back when I joined KPMG. KPMG is a consulting firm, right? It's a very, very competitive environment, you know, and we're always looking at one another, trying to benchmark, you know, and sometimes that competitive could get evil and too intense, right? But the real thing is that your race in this life is different from any other person. Some of you are called to be footballers, some are called to be lecturers, some are called to be teachers, some are called to be banker. You need to identify your race and focus on that race. Be very deliberate. It's important to set goals and work towards them, because if you don't have goals, right, you are just walking like a headless chicken. So, for example, if you are writing your WAEC, for example, or you're going to write a particular exam, at the beginning of the term, you can sit down and set goals for yourself. Now, this term, I want to have 7 A's. I want to have 8 A's. You might not get those 8 A's, right? But the fact that you've set the goals and you walk towards it, right, you would be getting close to it, right? There are some goals I set for myself. And at the end of the year, I just look at it, I said, I didn't achieve this goal. There was a particular one, right? This is what I wanted, you know. And I looked at the end of the year, I was discouraged, you know. But like 4 or 5 years later, I was just cleaning my study, and I came across that book. I found out that at that particular point in time, I'd probably done 10 multiples, 10 times more with the goal I set, right? But because I set that goal, I could walk towards it. Even though on the first hit, it was like I didn't hit that goal. But always set your goals, write it down, look at it. It's even in the Bible, right? Look at it every time. Let it get to inspire and motivate you. Mentorship is something I've seen great people, they don't joke with. Even the very rich, the very famous people you have, they have mentors that they look up to, that they speak to. Because at every point in time, either you are confused, you need clarification, you need somebody to speak to. But also beyond that, that sometimes these mentors actually help you open doors, right? So it's very, very important to establish mentors and also maintain relationship with those mentors. Self-discipline. I can't say too much. I'm sure you know what to do about self-discipline, right? You want to see a nice movie, but you have assignments to be done. It's better you do that assignment and postpone that movie, because from the first movie, you watch the second, you watch the third, you know. So you need to be self-disciplined in whatever you do, and it starts from now. Build good reputation. And this is very important. You think, there are some of my mates now that I would not do business with. I won't do anything with. Not because they've done anything in recent times, but we grew up together. I knew the reputation they had built over time, right? It's important even amongst your friends, in your neighborhood, wherever you are. Let people know you that you're a reliable person, you're a trustworthy person. Because you would see an Ade that you were in school with 20 years time, it will still remember that you defrauded someone, or you did something to someone. So it's very, very, very important that you build a good reputation and you maintain that reputation. This one is also very important. Be careful of the company you keep. I'm sure when Mr. David comes up, he will be speaking on areas relating to some of the friends you keep. Most of the bad behaviors that we pick up over time is just because of the cycle of friends you find yourself. And one of the things that you see youths and young people indulge in these days is drugs. And most times, where does it start? It's from a friend saying, oh, you can taste this. And when you taste this, you'll be high. When you take this, you'll be able to do those things. You'll be able to do the things you think you can't do. The truth is that it's a lie. Even when it sometimes looks like the truth, right? You can get hooked on those things and your life completely get destroyed, right? So be careful of your company. Anything that seems to be like a bad gang, please flee from it, right? I know it to be, in case you are here and you're already hooked on drugs or you're already experimenting drugs, right? And you're finding it to drop. I'm sure when you speak to, reach out to some of the organizers, right? They can reach out to some of us that could help, offer a kind of help, right? Because you'll be shocked at the, now you find 11, 10-year-olds even indulging in drugs. So it's important that keep away from drugs in whatever form. Never stop learning. Seek knowledge first, right? Wealth, riches, every other thing will come later. But first of all, seek knowledge, right? Because ultimately what you sell is the skills and the knowledge you've developed over the years. Read, right? Beyond your schoolwork, right? There are tons of materials now available on the internet. You know, when you lay your hands on your brother's phone, or if you have your phone, try to read materials that will help your personal development, rather than spending so much time on TikTok and Instagram. Sometimes I look at how you guys nowadays are able to cope. There's so much distraction. You know, when I was growing up, there wasn't phone. What you have is a landline. Maybe you see a street, two people will have a landline. So if you want to make a call, you have to go to your friend's house. Your parents will go to your friend's house to queue for your auntie to call from the US. But those things, beyond the handset, is that you even already have internet readily available on the phone, right? But don't forget what I said about self-discipline. Yeah, because you can lose out and lose yourself in the process of over-engaging on holy content or content that would not help develop you. Starting is the only way. Is the only way to start. You know, whatever you need to do, you need to just start and start right now. I will share an experience when I was working with a company, and then I was in Abuja, and the lady said, "Oh, she's going to start a master's program in Kaduna State, and the master's program will take 2.5 years." You know. And I looked at the lady, I said, "You want to go start 2.5 years? You'll be driving." I said, "How will you be getting to Ghana?" I said, "I will drive every weekend. I will go on Saturday, sleep over on Saturday / Sunday, you know." I discouraged her. I said, "Oh, why don't you wait? Why don't you look for admission somewhere? You know, you can apply to a..." Why don't you wait? You can apply to a foreign school, you know. But about 2.5 years later, she walked up into my office and said, "Sir, I finished the program." I said, "Which program? Was it not 6 months ago we were talking about the program?" I said, "No, that we discussed this thing over 2 years ago." You know, I felt very ashamed of myself because I was, thank God she didn't listen to me, because I was discouraging her, because I was just thinking of the stress of doing it. But she decided that she's going to start. So whatever you want to do, you need to start and just follow through. Procrastination is one of the main things that cause failure for a lot of people. You keep saying, "Oh, I'll do it next day, I'll do it next week." That next week sometimes never, before you realize the time is gone. If you talk to people 40, 50, 60 years old, right? When they look back, it's almost like it was just 5 years ago that they were in GS3, SS1, like most of you here. So time speeds past very fast. You need to start what you want to do, and you need to start fast. The last item there, you can see that's the only item in capital letter and bold, right? It's the God factor, right? What I've learned is that there's nothing you can do without putting it in the hands of God, right? Whether you're a Muslim, you're a Christian, you know, that God factor is very, 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 very key. Because without God, you can pretty much not achieve anything. So this is a summary of my own experience. But because I work in a bank, they had asked that I also share something about how you can build wealth ultimately. So we'll just go to the next slide and I'll round up. So journey to financial independence, right? How do you become financially independent ultimately? Financial independence means you don't need to overly rely on anybody for your financial needs, right? If you speak to the adults in the room, I'm sure a lot of them get calls from friends that they grew up together asking, oh, please give me 5,000 naira, give me 10,000 naira. In fact, when you give some of them, it now becomes almost a weekly occurrence, right? I don't want any of you to find yourself in that space, right? But for a lot of them, it's not like they were irresponsible in their lives, right? It's just that some of the things that should have been done at the right time wasn't done. Probably they didn't have somebody to guide them and lead them accordingly. So I just summarized and tried to simplify it. You need to master the act of prioritizing what you need above what you want. I'm here. I want to drive a G-Class. G-Class is a brand of Benz. Or I want to drive a Rolls Royce, right? Probably I can I can afford the Rolls Royce. But is that what I really need? At every point in time, you need to prioritize what you need, because if you don't prioritize what you need, you would consume your resources and apply it on the things you want much more than the things you need. So you lose the opportunity of investing and growing your wealth. Always save, never live beyond your means. When you start earning money, if you earn 100,000 naira or you earn 50,000, always put something aside, always save something. And even from now, you can start that habit of saving. Little money you make, or people give you money, have the habit of saving. Ultimately, you are building a habit that will serve you for your entire life. Don't wait to invest. People always wait to say, oh, I will invest in the future. You can start investing now. You can start investing. You can open a savings account or a deposit account and start putting little money in there, right? It might be small, but one of the things that happen is that you are building that habit, and good habits never leave you. Same way it's difficult to drop bad habits, right? When you're an adult, you would still see that those habits would serve you and serve you in the long run. Build your skills. We've said this a lot. To make money, you need to have a skill, right? So you need to build that skill. You need to develop that skill, because ultimately that is what you will sell to people. That would also be what will help you earn money on the long run. Multiple streams of income, right? You might struggle with this at the moment, but it's very, very important. When you start working or you start doing business, you need to build other sources of income, right? So if I'm working in an office, for example, I will look for a small business, something else that I can do that can bring in money. One of the speakers was saying your passion and what you are doing at the moment, right? I've seen people that make a lot of money from their passion aside from their day jobs, right? And what ultimately happens is that they leave the day job, they end up in the one that is their passion, and they end up making a lot of money. So don't be an individual that only has one stream of income and the focus is that income. The last thing is financial literacy. You need to read books. From when I was young, there was a popular book, Rich Kid, Poor Dad, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. I can go on and on and on. I tell people that my life changed when I read a book called Awakening the Giant Within by Anthony Robbins, right? I think I was in 300 level in the university, and I was just coasting, enjoying the day as it comes, right? and there was an ASU strike, and I was at home. I just came across the book, you know. I picked the book and read, right? And that was the beginning of a turnaround in my life. So at this point, you have your school books, but at every point you come across a book, right, that you think you are interested in, spend time to read, spend time to study those books, because ultimately the knowledge builds up, the experiences build up, it inspires you, it motivates you. My final words to you, Malcolm X said that the future belongs to those who prepare for it, right? The future you are going to live today. The journey begins today. You are going to live tomorrow. The journey begins today. Ultimately, how your 20 years is in the next 20 years, right, is going to be based on decisions you are making today. If you start using drugs today, right, you can almost bet that except for the grace of God, in 20 years you'll be completely messed up, right? If you don't develop the skills you need today, right, in about 20 years time you'll probably be a messenger or a junior clerk somewhere. So that journey begins today. You need to start working towards that journey. You are your own destiny. You set your own rules. Make it happen. The world belongs to you. Make your own path. Don't dream it, be it. Thank you. I will take questions.
Okay, so please, you could sit. Thank you. So one more time, please, let's put our hands together for Mr. Mobolaji. Yes, everyone, please come. Yeah, he is actually the marketing director for Abbey Mortgage Bank. So he is a chairman. MD. Okay, yes. He's the director for Abbey. So we want to read his profile. So if you have to clap, please put your hands together for him quickly.
All right, by the time we're done, you'll probably be clapping more than that, but let's just read it. Mobolaji Adewumi is the managing director and CEO of Abbey Mortgage Bank. He's an experienced professional with a deep knowledge of the financial services industry. He possesses an extensive working knowledge of sub-Saharan Africa. He obtained his MBA specializing in finance from George Business School, University of Cambridge, UK, and his BSc in Management and Accounting from the Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. Bolaji became a chartered accountant in 2007. He worked for KPMG as audit senior between 2006 to 2009, before joining UBA in 2009. He worked in various capacities at the bank before leaving in 2011. Mr. Adewumi also worked for Africa Finance Corporation, a Gonzenda International London office, and Fairtrade International before joining ASO Savings and Loan PLC. At So Savings, he was the special advisor to the MD, CEO, and head strategy between 2012 to 2015. Bolaji Adewumi then moved to First Bank of Nigeria Limited, where he was special assistant to the MD CEO between 2016 to 2019. He later joined VFD as the Group Executive Director, Finance from April 2019 to March 2020. In March 2020, Bolaji joined Abbey Mortgage Bank as Executive Director, Finance and Administration, a position he held until he was appointed the Managing Director, CEO in April 2022. Mr. Adewumi is also a fellow of the Archbishop Tutu Fellowship Program. Ladies and gentlemen, I thought we were going to stand up as we give a resounding round of applause to Mobolaji Adewumi. Thank you so much, welcome.
Thank you so much, sir. So on behalf of Deborah's Palace Initiative and the boy child representing you, please let's put our hands together for our keynote speaker. We especially recognize him. We We love him. Do you people love him? So please, put your hands together for him. DJ, let's have you play real quick. Just real quick. So can we have, yes, so boys, kings, you could sit. Thank you. Thank you so much. So can we have the decorate representatives? Yeah, for people who are debating. Yeah, DJ, please, real quick. Let's play. Yes, everyone, please sit. Yes, sit. We're having the debaters. They're coming.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much. My name is Korede from Dacurateinsight. So what we do is provide information about politics and governance. And one of the initiatives we want to do today is to have a debate amongst the next generation of leaders. And by doing so, we can actually bring about awareness of leadership or right leadership in the country. So we have six debaters. We have 2 rounds. 3 will make it to the final. We have our judges here who would be doing the first round and the second round. So round 1 would be 3 boys supporting a motion and 3 against a motion. So I am going to call the judges up so that they can so that they can judge the matter at hand. So what topic would you like to hear? Let me just hear. What topic would you like in politics and governance for them to debate today? Sorry? Okay, so without wasting much time, let me call the first person. I will call Tammy Siri Banigo. She is an accomplished professional with a diverse background in strategy and consulting. She is the head of strategy of Business Day Nigeria. Please, a round of applause if she gets here. Come on. So the debaters should get ready. I'll be calling you very soon. So the second person is Jose Maria Agulana. He's the co-founder of Kebli. He has a background in finance and real estate. So it gives access to global real estate opportunities for a fraction of the cost. So basically, he's putting tech into real estate. So thank you very much. A round of applause for him. Last but not the least is Mr. Kunle Lawal. Yes, please clapping, keep clapping. So he's an entrepreneur, an idea generator, a politician, TEDx speaker, and a patriot. I would say he's very passionate about Nigeria, and what we will call him is a detribalized Nigeria. So you can see from his shirt that he's ready for us. So everybody clap for him. So I'll call the 6 boys to please come to this side. Please, can you all clap for them while they come out? They went through a process to come here. They have 3 minutes to talk. So please, you have a timer, and immediately you'll be told to stop. So please stand on the far right here. So their topic is they're discussing importation ban. They are supporting or they are against the motion. So when they come up, you will know if they support it, if they are against it. So, our judge is ready? Awesome. So I will call the first person. Don't be scared. Anybody come forward. So don't be scared. You just stand, face the crowd.
Good day, Mr. Chairman, accurate timekeeper, my co-debaters, my fellow students. My name is Noede Patrick from Victoria Island Senior Secondary School. I'm here to support the motion that says importation ban in Nigeria is a boon to the Nigerian economy. Nigeria is one of the most largest and Nigeria is one of the most largest economy in the whole of Africa and one of the most famous states in the continent. Nigeria is facing multitude of financial and economical challenges, which involves high rates of poverty and corruption. In order to address these issues facing the country, the former President Muhammad Buhari imposed a ban on the importation of rice, cement, frozen foods, and other related commodities. Here are some points highlighting why importation ban in Nigeria is a boon to the Nigerian economy.
Okay, for those of us upstairs, so please, we also want you to pay close attention to everything that's happening. So please, if you have to clap, please clap, okay? So let's put our hands together for him. So the second person.
Good afternoon, Chairman, panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, my co-debaters, and my ever-attentive audience. My name is Damilare Adeniran from that great school, Boys Senior Academy. I'm here to radiate forth my view to go against the motion which says importation ban in Nigeria, a bane or boon to the Nigerian economy. Importation ban has increased in the weight of control goods and also in the increasement of price of control goods. Has led to the price of control goods in Nigeria. What the fuck? Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, sir, honorable panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, co-debaters, and my ever-attentive audience. I am Adeniran Damilare from that great school, Boys Senior Academy. I'm here to strongly oppose the motion which says importation ban in Nigeria. Is it a bane or boon to the Nigerian economy? Importation ban has reduced and increased in the price of collected goods.
Thank you. Please, let's put our hands together for him. That's number 2.
So you have to forgive them. They are a bit tensed. They've done this a number of times, but because maybe they are seeing your faces and that might be. So please, I love the fact that we're encouraging them. Please, let's continue to do that. Thank you very much. So next up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, my co-debaters, and my distinguished audience. I'm here to support the motion which states that the imposition ban on the Nigerian economy is a boon to the Nigerian economy. As we are now, Nigeria is blessed with natural resources, but we can't utilize our natural resources. Instead, we are importing goods from other countries to Nigeria, and this eliminates the increased rate of productivity of the nation. And if we keep doing this, there will be a less production of the country. There won't be enough productivity of the nation. And I'm here to state that whenever the government should encourage those less producing good to keep on producing than importing from other countries to the nation. And the federal government should place a fund, allocation of fund for the companies who are producing to enable them produce their good effectively. And also, when the importation of this banned good are imported to the country, this leads to, we don't know the quality of the good, the quantity, the sources of where it's gotten from. So I will advise that we should keep on producing within our country than importing from other countries. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so let me just say this for the next persons, okay? Because we're still going to take those two first speakers, okay? You're coming to have fun, okay? So if you're tense, forget it. These are your guys, all right? Are they not your guys? Yeah. All right, so have fun. I understand we're students, okay? See, even if you hook you, all right, enjoy yourself when you come here. So please, let's put our hands together for the next speaker. All right, let's do this.
In the year 2020, an importation ban was placed on certain goods in Nigeria. A ban that was meant to either restrict the amount of these goods that entered our great country or entirely remove them from our foreign exchange system. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, my ever-attentive audience, and members of the press present here today. My name is Oko MacDonald, and I am here to proudly oppose the notion that states that the importation ban in Nigeria is a boon to its economy. Firstly, I would like to ask, this ban that was meant to remove these goods, how has it actually affected the amount of goods that enter our country? Because honestly, my audience today here already understands that no matter how you try, the amount of rice that comes in from other countries to Nigeria is not reducing by the day. I mean, why should this ban be implemented when it knows it is not going to fully remove what it is meant to be placed there for? Because as the saying goes, anything worth doing is worth doing well. And this brings me to my second point, that these very few, even though there are others that are trying to create these businesses, that these very few goods that are produced by our country itself is a very big way to inflate certain prices of these controlled goods in our country. For example, the cement produced by Dangote, since Dangote Cement is one of the very few, if not the only cement company in Nigeria today that is prosperous to the level that it is, well, it is able to freely increase and reduce the prices of its cement to its own advantage, because it knows that nobody else is out there to help it to compete against it when it comes to the amount of cement produced. So, thank you.
Please, let's put our hands together for him. Yes, let's have the next speaker.
Good afternoon, timekeepers, panel of judges, accurate timekeepers, and my co-debaters. My name is Adumak bin Ismail, and I am from Bank Senior Academy. The topic before me today is importation ban, and I'm here to oppose the importation ban. What I'm here to talk about is the importation ban as a bane to the economy of Nigeria. I am just here to outline some factors or importance of the importation ban as a bane. Now, degree of foreign dependency. We are already dependent on the foreign goods in Nigeria, and we are already dependent on the foreign goods of Nigeria. So we should allow the importation so as to fill our lane of production. Number 2, acquisition of skills. The acquisition of skills. Imported capital goods such as skill complementary technologies increase the supply of skills in Nigeria. Number 3, improvement in the quality of goods. Improve the quality of goods that are from the foreign countries makes us want to produce goods that even have more quality than those goods. Number 4, reduce cost. Importing goods means that we can source a cheap price for goods. And number 5, beneficiaries. Thank you.
Please let's put our hands together for him. Can we have the next?
See. Good day, Mr. Chairman, panels of judges, accurate timekeeper, and my co-debaters. My name is Olabisi David Bolaji. I'm from Victoria Land Senior Secondary School. I'm here to suppose the motion which says importation ban in Nigeria is a boon to Nigeria economy. First of all, I would like to advise the government, the Nigerian federal government, should stop the importation of goods and goods from overseas to Nigeria, because most goods in Nigeria it brings the high cost of items. The goods brought from the overseas, imported from the overseas, brings high cost of items in some areas. And also, it does not give the industries, it does not encourage the industrials to make a goods again because of the importation of goods outside from the country. So I would like to advise the Nigerian government should stop it, so that the Nigerian industries will have the courage that they can produce something that will favor the citizens in Nigeria. And as we know that Nigeria is the second to largest economies in the whole world, we are blessed with resources and many things. Not that we should wait for the importation. How we take the drinks in Nigeria. So they have to. The chemical is much than the one Nigeria are producing. So I will advise
It is an urgent need by the public. The public will go into any length to get it, including smuggling and stealing, which could be illegal, leading to increased crime rates in the country. Also, importation ban can
Let's put our hands together for them, and also our judges. Please let's put our hands together for our judges. So our judges will leave us now to collate the risk. Please don't rig it. Please, is whatever that is there. Thank you. So please, while our judges are stepping down, please let's put our hands together for them one by one. DJ, let's have you play. Thank you so much, judges. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, so keep clapping till they come down to their set. DJ, are you there? Jump, jump, jump. All right. Yeah, I'm waiting for them to be settled. Yeah, everyone, we're doing it. Thank you. All right, so what you saw right now was the debate, okay? And truth is, every of them prepared. I'm sure they even did rehearsals, okay? But one thing they are still going to work on is expressing themselves and not forgetting things. Am I right or wrong? Okay, because at some point some of them were blank. Not that they didn't know what to say, and some I'm sure is because of their standing in front of us. So trust me, when we come back, I'm sure they're going to do much, much better, and they're going to have fun. So please, can we put our hands together for all of them one more time? All right? So we want to do something now. Bring it down. But we're going to take somebody. How many? How many?
Let's have 2.
2. So if you're up there and your name is Sulaiman. Do we have any Sulaiman? Thank you, Father. I know. Sulaiman, please come. Do we have anybody up there? Your name is Farouk. Farouk. Yeah, so Sulaiman and Farouk, please come. Sulaiman and Farouk. On this side.
I think we should take people from downstairs as well, since we already have people.
No, we only took Farouk and Sulaiman, yeah? Alright, if you're here, your name is Idris. Idris. Mustafa. Those are the root names. So let's have those 3. Yeah. You see, those names I call are very stubborn names. You see them now, they will do it very well. Before I now go to Peter, James, John. So let's have those 3. So before they get here, what are they?
Hello. Okay. DJ, please, can you give us something very soft? Something very soft. We need, yes, something very slow, an instrumental preferably. Where are the boys? Where's Suleiman? Where's Idris? Where's Farouk? Where are they? Can we have them upstage, please? Please come upstage quickly. Other person. Let's just pick someone from downstairs since we already have. Okay, come, please come. Great. What's your name?
Farouk.
Farouk. What's your name?
Mustafa.
Mustafa.
Sulaiman.
Sulaiman.
Idris.
Idris. Okay, amazing. We have all of them here. So, is there any one of you that wants to act when you grow up? You want to become an actor? Nobody. What do you want to become?
Fashion designer.
A fashion designer. Amazing.
Graphic designer.
A graphic designer. Great.
A footballer.
A footballer.
An actor.
An actor. Okay, so please come. We'll start with you then. You are going to show others the way. So the 3 others can stay here. So it's something very simple. Very shortly, we are going to be having a one-man play. But since we have an actor here, we just want to do something very simple. So you are going to dramatize these words. I am a king and I rule. So you are going to wear your crown and then you display that. You're not just saying it. You have to show us like an actor would. Are you ready? Are you ready? All right, let's go. A round of applause for him, please. Let's encourage him. I am a king. I rule the world. And then you wear your crown.
I am a king and I rule the world.
Thank you so much. Thank you. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming on stage. Thank you.
Third speaker, I think is ready. Who's the third speaker? I think this one is
All right, so we're going to be having our next speaker. But before, in this world where you're meant to play a vital role, you hold within you a flame, burning bright with potential that can pierce through the darkest nights. Dear boy child, don't let the world define the path you should walk, the dreams you should align. Break the chains of stereotypes that confine, and let your spirit soar unapologetically. Dear boy child, embrace your emotions deep, for vulnerability is not a sign of weakness, but a strength to keep. In tears and laughter, find your truest self, express, connect, and conquer any shelf. Dear boy child, let kindness be your guide, a warrior with a gentle heart, standing tall with pride. Extend a helping hand, uplift others with grace, and witness the power of compassion's embrace. Lastly, dear boy child, stand tall, shine bright, for you are a beacon of hope, a guiding light. The world awaits your brilliance, your infinite world. Dear boy child, go forth and conquer the earth. All right, so we're going to be introducing our speaker now. Okay, before we introduce our speaker, I want us to do something very quickly. Do you know this song? I know I can be what I want to be. If I work hard on it, I'll be where I want to be. I know I can. Okay, so let's stand up and do it together. Are you ready? Hey! I know I can be what I want to be. If I work hard on it, I'll be where I want to be. I know I can be where I want to be. If I work hard on it, I'll be where I want to be. I know I can.
Boys and girls, listen up.
I know I can. I know I can. Be what I want to be. If I work hard on it, I'll be where I want to be. I know I can. Be where I want to be. If I work hard on it, I'll be where I want to be. Thank you so much. Thank you. A round of applause for yourselves, please.
All right. So for those of us, yes, everyone, the phone. Yeah. So for those of us going outside, please, we need us yet again to settle down now. All right. We are going for the second panel session. Now, I understand that sometimes when we have panelists come sit down and they are talking extensively, and most of the times when they are not engaging us, we can sleep. Abi? So this is it. We have cameras now that are going to be going around. If you should sleep, the camera is going to stay in your front, and we're going to watch you on the screen. Yes, so We need your rapid attention right now. So for those of us standing up and going up, please let's sit down, all right? Let's sit down for this next sessions, okay? Yeah.
Hi everyone, good afternoon, everyone. Hi boys, good afternoon, how you doing? How are you guys doing? So our next session, I'm sure you guys would love it because I'm sure it has a lot of things that have to do with self-branding, self-development and all of that. So if I were you, I'd listen. If you have a notepad, I'll take notes because it's fine to do all of what you want to do, but if you do not have yourself in check, you'll lose it. And you're not just going to lose it because you're not making money or whatever it is. It means that you won't be true to yourself. So without further ado, I'll be calling our panelists for this session. We have Mr. Patrick. I hope I don't murder your surname, so I'll take it slowly. Mr. Patrick Nwakogo. He's the country director of Carriage. Did I get it right? Dear Carnegie, yes. Dear Carnegie. Okay, thank you, Mr. Patrick. And we also have Mr. Bada Akintunde Johnson, who is country manager, Paramount Africa. Thank you. You guys are not clapping. Clap, 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 clap. We have Mrs. Bosun Adewale, founder of the Complete Women Inspirational Project. You're not clapping. Do you need help, Mom? Do you need help? You're welcome. You're welcome, Mom. And we also have Mr. Shino Ayotola, who is Chief of Staff, Duka, and Head of HR for Crack Central. I'm not sure if she's still here or he's still here. Okay, thank you. Please sit. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for coming today. I hope I'm not so far away and I'll be able to... Okay, so without going into a lot of things, I'd just like to have like a brief introduction of everyone, just something about yourself before we get to ask the questions.
Anything. Well, I was particularly interested in the morning section when they were talking about transitioning from boyhood to manhood, and I hope the boys will hear me. There is one lie over time that has been perpetuated about men, and when I read those things in the media or wherever, it bleeds my heart. When you hear things like, it's in a man's DNA to cheat. I like to say that that's the biggest lie from hell. And one of the things about me, or one particular thing about me, is that as much as we have tried to build a professional career, I'm even much more particular about being a parent.
Hello, guys. One house. One house means we're going to sit and we're going to listen and we're going to learn. We're not in school today because we are also here to learn, not to play. So please go back to your seats. The door closed. You're not leaving. You're learning today. So please sit. I'm waiting for the last person. Last person. We got this. Yes, please.
Thank you. So for me, regardless of the professional achievement, one thing I like to do the most about me is to spend time with my wife and my 3 lovely children. The first is 17, the second is 16, and the last is 13. Thank you very much.
I have the honor and the privilege to work for a company that is responsible for content that boys and girls alike love and grew up on, even adults, some of us. Nickelodeon, the 3 Nickelodeon channels, Nicktoons, Nick Jr. and Nickelodeon, as well as MTV Base, which is the #1 music and lifestyle brand.
Thank you very much, Seikan. Thank you very much, Mr. Bada.
All right, guys, can we leave? Can we just leave already? Can we leave? It just seems you're not interested in what we are saying here. So should we leave then? Thank you. Okay, so the interesting thing about me, I can't think of much. I'm not a teacher, but I love to teach. And then I get the privilege in my church to teach young people. So I'm really excited about being here with you. I hope you are too.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I currently work, or I'm privileged to currently work with a fintech here in Lagos. We serve small businesses in Nigeria and Ghana. That's after building my entire career in the banking sector. It's a complete honor and privilege to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, how are you guys? Okay. I'm the head of HR for Cracks Media, and we're into digital and content creation. So these are the skills that I believe many of us are pretty interested, and today we'll be talking more about that today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So my first question today will go to Mr. Bada. So I'm eager to get into asking all of the questions because I know that these are areas that people of this age, teenagers and the rest, would always want to know about. They want to know, they want to find that spot. I want to blow, what can I do? What's that thing I can do that will just put me in there? So my first question today will be for you. It says, how can boys identify their unique strengths and talents so that they can build a personal brand that reflects their authentic identity?
Hi guys. Hi guys. Can I answer the question? Will you listen? Okay. So I think one of the boys had asked an earlier question which is very closely related to this, about football, wanting to blow as a footballer in Nigeria. And I remember seeing when the slide of one of the speakers came up and the boys saw Sadio Mane, Wiz, David, and some of their role models and icons, how their faces just lit up. And that's because in these people, you all see yourselves one way or the other. You have dreams that are valid, you have aspirations that are valid of becoming big, of becoming stars, of becoming successful at whatever it is that you choose to do. The question then becomes, how do you know that unique gift that God has given you? And some of you, or for some of you, it may be easier because maybe from an early age, you started singing, you started playing football, so it already prescribes itself. There is that one thing that you enjoy to do or you like to do all the time. For some other people, there are multiple things. Some of you are equally skilled at, 4, 5, 6 things, and sometimes it can get confusing. Are you listening? Are you guys listening? Trust me. Whatever it is that, and before I continue, I don't know how many of you saw a video of Wizkid yesterday at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium where he's playing his next show. What was he doing? What was he doing? God bless you. Someone said he was playing football. He was juggling a football, and people were amazed at just how skillful he was at juggling football. Meyokun is one of the most skillful footballers I've seen. Zlatan Ibile, great at football as well. That tells you that, see, none of these people was actually born with the skill that is making money for them, at least not at the level at which it is commercially viable. What makes the difference is how you develop whatever it is that you are interested in. One of the most impactful books I've read in my life is called Outlier by Malcolm Gladwell. And there's a chapter in the book that speaks to the 10,000 hour rule. 10,000 hour rule, which simply states that whatever endeavor you find yourself in, or whatever interest that you pick, if you develop yourself at it for an average of 10,000 hours, you'll become an expert, and people will be willing to exchange money for that talent. I repeat, 10,000 hours. Obviously, nobody can rack up 10,000 hours practicing something within a year or two. How many hours are there in a year anyway? So what that means is that from a very young age, you need to start practicing repeatedly what it is that you want to be. Davido kid became stars in their early 20s, but started singing much earlier. So all those studio sessions, all those hours writing songs, all those hours disturbing people from the bathroom, singing when other people want to rest, they all go in 10,000 hours. I remember one of the most profound things that I heard in sport was that no one has won the Wimbledon title. Wimbledon is one of the majors in tennis. No one has won the Wimbledon title without having first held the racket at age 4. Meaning, no Wimbledon champion had held the racket to start practicing later than age 4. Anyone who didn't start practicing that early enough could not be champion there. So I would think that early practice, consistency of practice over years, that's what develops you into becoming a master at whatever it is that you want to do. So don't look at someone who is already on the 8,000th hour of their own practice and feel inferior. What you need is to keep practicing and increasing your own hours of practice. In no time, you will become an expert too. So don't judge yourself or put yourself down too quickly. Don't think my voice doesn't sound like Wizkid's voice. Wizkid probably has gone beyond 10,000 hours of practicing music, and you are still within the first 1,000 or 100 hours. Keep going. Few years, you will be the superstar that everybody would want to pay to see, or want to pay to hire to come and do whatever it is that you do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So it means if you have a goal, if you have something that you're interested in, or a couple of things you're interested in, don't say you have time. Someone started at 4. It means that you can start now and you won't be too early. Do we get that? If you're not taking anything, if you cannot remember any of the things that were said, you'd remember that you're not too young to start. You're not too young to start. If someone started at 4, it means that you can start now at 12 or at 11 or at 10 or at 7. Thank you very much, Mr. Bada. So my next question is for Mr. Patrick. And it's, how can boys develop their emotional intelligence and learn to express themselves effectively so they can build positive relationships and communicate their needs? And an additional question to it is, how do you define success?
Okay, thank you. I think there's a lot of distraction in the middle here, right here. The boys
Guys.
in blue, there's a lot of noise here. I can see the guys here very attentive. They're ready to learn. And so you have our permission. If you're not ready to listen, you can walk out the door. Let those ones who are here to learn let them listen. Thank you very much.
The guys in blue, that was for you. The guys there in blue.
Yeah, the blue. There's a lot of noise here. Thank you. Okay, so the question is, how can young boys learn to develop their emotional intelligence and learn to build relationships? You probably seem to know a bit about my background. I represent a company in Nigeria here called Dale Carnegie. And Dale Carnegie wrote a groundbreaking book over 70 years ago called How to Win Friends and Influence People. So talking about emotional intelligence, I don't know how much they know about what emotional intelligence is. So if in a very simple term, there's a lot of noise here. A lot of noise here.
Guys, is there a problem?
There are people up there as well. I think upstairs.
Is there a problem, guys in the gallery? Is there a problem? So can we be quiet and listen and learn? Were you planning to waste today? So why are you wasting it? So why are you wasting it? Can we just listen? We're not babies, right? It means that we can take care of ourselves and listen and learn. Nobody came here to waste their time, neither did you. So you're going to listen and you're going to learn. It means that we're not going to hear any noise from all of those places that you're speaking from. Are we good? So thank you. Let's go again, please. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. So we're all in school. I guess this is secondary school, I guess. So what the school system is interested in is to test your IQ. So A plus B is equal to this, square root of this. All of that is testing your IQ. IQ is testing about your smartness, your brilliance, academically speaking. And it used to be that sometime in the past, that was what was solely responsible for your success. So some of our parents worked in places like UTC, USC, they went for tests and they blasted and they passed. I am privileged to have a mom who was the first girl from our village to go to secondary school, to go to primary university, to become the first female principal, the first female teacher from our village. So I grew up in a very highly academic home. But I wasn't a very brilliant child growing up. That's a story for another day. But the summary is that the school system is here to test your IQ. Some guy mentioned here he had close to a first class. So whether you come out of school with a first class, a 2-1, or second class, or a third class, all that is measuring IQ to a large extent. But what we know today, that the most highly successful people that we find, IQ hasn't been solely responsible for their success. So listen very well. I'm not trying to discourage you. I had a 2-1 as well. Very, very strong 2-1. But my experience in my 25-year career, I have seen people, I am almost 5 times more intelligent than, progress much more than I have in the workplace. I started my career in banking, and because some of us did not develop our emotional intelligence as fast as they did, some naturally they have it. Some of us had to learn it. We learned some of those things the hard way when we lost not once, maybe 2 or even 3 promotions. And then we found out that there was something we were missing. You see someone getting promoted and you're saying to yourself, I'm smarter than this guy. He got into this bank, he probably had a 3rd class. I have a 2-1. How is it progressing what I am doing? And over time, we found out in 2-word term that he probably had more emotional intelligence than some of us had. So what is emotional intelligence? It's more, there are about 4 things that it entails, but I won't bore you with that. The idea in summary is, how do I get people to do things or get them to cooperate with me? How do I get things done? How do I get to influence people? That is in summary what emotional intelligence is all about. So this book that I'm talking about, How to Win Friends and Influence People, I'm aware there's also one for teenagers, for girls, but you can read that. I've had my 10-year-old girl who is 13 now to read that book, How to Win Friends and Influence People, so that as we're developing the IQ, being the best in your math class, being the best in your English class, that you not miss out on something that has been found out to be one of the fundamental factors for success these days. So how do you do that? How do you develop that? A better way to explain what emotional intelligence is to tell you what it is not or what lack of it represents. When you hear someone say something like, let me give them a piece of my mind, then by the time, and I was that sort of a person, that when my bosses did things that we didn't like, in quotes, we gave them a piece of our mind. But when, at the end of the day, when promotion list comes, our names will make the number. So we've given them a piece of our mind, but we weren't growing on the job. So the point is, how do you develop your emotional intelligence? I don't know who in the country will I give you as a high case of someone. Well, I won't mention them, but the point here is you have to learn, for example, to control your anger. You've got to learn to control your emotions. There's a place in the Bible, I can't help myself but to bring some scriptures into what I'm saying. It says, you can get angry, but do not sin. And I will wrap up by telling a story in the Bible that is a classic case of where emotional intelligence was exhibited. King Saul was still alive when God said to I think it was Elijah that was a prophet at the time, to go and anoint David as the next king. And the prophet said, if the king hears that I've come to town while he was still alive to anoint another king, he will kill me. And God said to him, take a heifer. A heifer is a cow that has not given birth before. Take a heifer, then go to that town, that when they ask you, what have you come to do not tell them you have come to anoint a king. Tell them you have come to make a sacrifice unto the Lord. And then call the house of Jesse, which is where David and his brothers, and bring them to the sacrifice. So in other words, God was telling the prophet to disguise the true intention, which was to anoint a king. He didn't tell him to lie. He said, wrap up your intention with something else, which was, go and make me a sacrifice. And once you're done with making of the sacrifice, what then do? Anoint him quickly and leave town. You see another man in the Bible who was great but probably didn't exhibit as much as emotional intelligence. And the Bible reckoned, they said there was no greater person, and that person was John the Baptist. But he was beheaded because he will face the king and speak to him the truth, never able to color anything. As good as that was, he lost his life early. David lived longer because early enough in his life, God taught him and his family a crucial lesson. You can speak the truth, but in a way that won't hurt you or hurt your life. That, in summary, encapsulates or summarizes what emotional intelligence is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, boys. So if you're taking anything from that answer, it simply means that know when to speak, know how to speak, and know where to speak. So it's not just because I can speak my mind, I can do my own thing. So go ahead and just spit it out. So think about it. Is it appropriate? Is it right? So think about it. Is it appropriate? Is it right? Is this person I'm speaking to the right person? Is the timing right? So once you ask yourself all of those questions, I'm sure if the answers are no, if you get more than 2 no's, you know that you shouldn't go ahead. So think about things before you just go ahead. That will also help in your growth, because just because you know it doesn't mean that it's the right place to say what you know. So think about things before you say them. I hope I was able to put that into perspective. Thank you very much, sir. So my next question is from Mrs. Bosson, and it has to do with goal setting. So I know that we're speaking to the kids and all of that. A lot of them don't have their parents here. I think I just saw a couple of them who came in with their parents. But because we're streaming live and parents are also going to watch this at some point, our question here is basically to the parents. How can parents and mentors help boys to identify their passion and interests so that they can set meaningful and fulfilling goals?
Thank you. I'd like to start by saying everything that you all need here to have a successful life has been said already. I came in when the first panel session was on, and I'm thinking, if there are any serious boys here, if you just left after the first panel and then you ran with everything they said, it's enough for you. Do you agree with me? Do you understand that? Do you want me to break it down for you? Everything that needs to be said has been said already, and we are just adding to it here. And what that tells me is that the principle for success in life is generic. It's the same way it is here for you. It's the same way it is in the USA. It's the same way in Australia. Take these principles, run with them, and you'll be a success story. Unfortunately, I saw only very few of you taking notes, because I was taking notes too, and I'm 45 years old, and I'm here with secondary school boys, and I was listening, and I was taking notes, but you guys weren't. So I'm thinking it's possible for us to say all of those things that we need to say, and we leave, and you guys get home, and you're like, oh, well, we had a nice time, and tomorrow your teachers ask you, what is it that they said? Only very few of you will be able to answer that question. And if that question comes up again next year, almost none of you will be able to answer that question because you weren't writing. And you're not writing because you probably think this is a waste of your time. But, you know, for those few of you that sees this as an opportunity, we all don't have to be here. I'd rather be somewhere else. But we love you. I love you. And I'm not giving you any material item right now. But we're just talking. And I hope that the little that we say makes sense to you and you run with it. All right? So I was going to, the very courageous and brave boys that tried the debate, two things can happen. After the first two boys, where are they? Are they still here? Are they still here? Oh, okay. So two things can happen. You can either say, that's it, I'm never going to speak in public again. You know, I can't do this. Or you're going to try to take that up. Sorry. Mr. Bada said something about 10,000 hours. So if I were you, I'll start practicing to speak, because being able to speak publicly is a skill. It's a skill that, you know, can benefit you. You know, so don't put yourself down. And if you weren't opportune to be one of the chosen ones to get the opportunity to be on the debate team, and is that something you like to do? You see Mr. Bada, and you're thinking, this is the kind of person I want to be in the future. Now that's talking about goals. This is the kind of person, but for every one of our goals, how do we achieve them? Everything has been said here already. Practice, practice, practice. But first thing is, with your goals, how do you even come about your goals? How do you come about your goals? What's a goal? Does anybody want to help me with that? Because I see you guys are busy with food and drinks. What's a goal? Okay, do you want to help us?
A goal can be defined as what you are determined to be in future.
Fantastic. That's a good. I'll accept that definition. Yes. What's a goal?
A goal is the ambition you set aside from the younger age, which you determine to achieve in future.
Okay, thank you. Just stay. Please stay and hold the mic. Sorry. Now, you have a goal. What's that for you? What would that be?
Football.
Football. Fantastic. So what have you done about it? What's the first thing to do? So I want to become a footballer. I just keep telling everybody, I want to become a footballer. What do I do about it?
Constant practice.
Constant practice. No, but that, if I were you, that's not where I'll start. Okay. So 2-3 years ago, I felt I was overweight. I weighed, I thought I looked like an elephant to myself. So I had a goal, and my goal was to lose weight. I wanted to lose a lot of weight. And then I saw this picture of this supermodel. I'm not there yet, but I'm well on my way, that I want to be like, and I printed that picture, and I put it where I could see it every day. So on days where I feel less motivated, on days where I'm like, you know what, let me just devour this cake, I'm looking at that picture, and that picture is telling me, Bosun, you are not there yet. So the first thing we do with our goal is we write them down.
Okay. I'll write them down.
Yes. So there's a part of the Bible in Habakkuk chapter 2, verse 1, chapter 2, 1 and 2, that says, write the vision, make it clear. Thank you. You can sit down. So if you don't write it down, it's a dream. It is not a goal. Yes, the question is, to the parent, but since I have you here, and I believe if your parents are listening, they'll take a thing or two from it. If you don't write it, it's a dream. We can all dream. When I get home, I want to eat amala and ewedu. I'm dreaming. If I don't get into the kitchen and make it happen, it's not going to happen. So how do you get into the kitchen? Is by writing it down. Your parents know he wants to become a footballer. Your siblings know. Your schoolmates know. Everybody, they see you, and what they see is this very determined young man that is going places. And you've written it down, you're talking about it. Also, you are acting, you're taking intentional steps towards it. Now there's a saying that says, he who aims at the sky shoots higher than he who aims at a treetop. Let me break that down for you. So if we both had bows and arrows, and then I say to myself, I want to hit the moon. I want this arrow to hit the moon. And you say that you want your own arrow. I just want to get this orange to fall off the tree. Who is going to shoot higher? You or me? Were you listening to me? Who is going to shoot higher, you or me? Exactly. Now, what about someone that wasn't aiming at anything? Just coasting through life, anywhere life takes me, I don't know, my father was a carpenter, maybe I'll become a carpenter, anywhere, I'll just continue this skills that how does a person end up? Nothing. They just end up not being remarkable. Now, the interesting thing about the first panelist is they all add stories, just like you. And even though you may feel, I'm going to stop talking if you continue talking. So we both can't be talking at the same time. Thank you. So the interesting thing about them is that they all add stories. Somebody said, where I came from a very humble background, and now I'm doing chess in the slum, and now I'm the regional head of this. And now, what does that tell you? Were they just coasting? They had dreams. Somebody said, I wrote it on the wall in my father's house. They had dreams. So write it down, take deliberate steps towards them. And what are your goals? Your goals, you can break down your goals into short and long term. It works for children, it works for adults as well. So on a daily basis, I have my to-dos for the day. On a weekly basis, what do I want to achieve this week? Remember, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. Now, how do I need to, so if it's just academic goals, how much time do I need to put in every day to go from a D student to an A-star student? Maybe I'll tell myself, when I come back from school, I'll spend 3 more hours studying. Now, I know not all of you will do that, and not all of you can do that, you know, in reality. But the ones that can do it, give them a year. You just see the shifts after this event. You just tell yourself, like, you know what, I've had enough. My father was poor. My mother, you know, is struggling, but my children will not go through what I am going through. My children are going to go to the best schools in the world. My children are going to compete with the best people in the world. It starts from inside you, that determination, but the determination is not enough. You have to work towards it. You can be as determined as you want to be, and you don't take any, you can get home now, you are so gassed and you're like, you know, some people came to talk to us today, mommy, daddy, see, I'm going to do this, and you do it for 1 day, 1 week, 2 weeks, and your mom is reminding you 2 weeks later, mommy, I'm tired, you ain't going nowhere. Do you understand? So, for parents, we should allow children, parents and guardians, I know some of your teachers are here, because for some of us, some of the most impactful people in our lives were our teachers. I was in my final year in university when a lecturer that knew, I went to, well, it was a government school, but it was like highly rated back in the day, Mayflower School, Ikene, and this lecturer knows this, you know, knows that I went to Mayflower. And I was just, to be honest, I was coasting through school. I wasn't socially active in school, but nobody had this kind of talk with me. I didn't know what I was doing. But so my scores were mediocre. So I had C's. I never failed though, and I never repeated the class, but I didn't apply myself. So final year. So this first term, this guy said to me, you know what, if I see 1B in your results this semester, you will have me, and I mean, that just put the fear of God in me. And he said, I know your background, you went to this great school, and then look at you. And so that was all I needed. The way I studied that semester, I was amazed. So when my results came and I had all A's and all B's, I was like, oh my goodness, so I had the potential, so I could do this. I never knew I had it in me because I was coasting and nobody told me that you could do it. So now we are here today, we are telling you that you can do it. You can become the next bank MD. Forget about where you are, forget about where you live, forget about who your parents are, but who are you? That's the question you should ask yourself.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ma'am. And if I was going to take anything from that, I'll just take the last line. Who are you? I'm sure if you ask yourself that question repeatedly, you'd find an answer. And if you're really interested in knowing, if you don't find an answer, you'd find somebody who would help you figure yourself out. So keep asking yourself that question, and if you're sincere to yourself, it will lead you right. Thank you, ma'am. So my next question is for Mr. Shino. So we're in a world where everybody wants to do their own thing. People want to just start off things. We want to be successful. School is a scam, all of that and all of that and all of that. And I, for one, I know that school is not a scam, because if school is a scam, I'm sure we won't be understanding each other right now. We'll probably be using sign languages or whatever it is that we could use. So I'd ask this question, as a successful entrepreneur yourself, what are some of the biggest challenges you have faced in your career?
How did you overcome these challenges and what did you learn from them? And what would you say to the boy child?
Okay, good afternoon, guys. So if the person sitting beside you is either sleeping, just tap him, to wake up. Right. Thank you very much for that question. Now, can we listen, please? Hello. Okay, I need you guys to understand that you are at a very important stage, in your lives, right? Mr. Patrick might not know this, but many years ago, in 2006, his company actually trained me when I started out in my banking career. And it's interesting that we're on the same stage today, right? And that goes to, the questions. Thank you. That goes to the question that she asked. Guys, listen. How many of us know this phrase, they play? We know they play, right? Right? So what do you think it means? Yeah, you're playing. A lot of us want to do amazing things, right? Some people want to become footballers, some want to become, business owners, some want to become actors. But guys, the truth is, if you are not Thank you. I thought it was my village people. So if you're not dedicated, if you're not committed, and if you do not take yourself serious, I will just be telling you, they play, right? Now, one of the mistakes that we make is because you think your dream is great, I want to be an amazing footballer, it will happen overnight. It will not happen overnight. You need to be disciplined. A famous quote of mine that I love says that there is no substitute to hard work except a hard life. Right? There are two pains in life. The pain of discipline or the pain of regret. Which of these pains do you want to go through? The pain of discipline. I prefer to pay the price to be successful than to wake up tomorrow and see the person who we're in the same hall together, he has advanced. Right? Because, there's that Yoruba saying that 10 children cannot play together for 10 years. Guys, we're talking serious business here. It's great that you want to achieve amazing things. Mr. Patrick has 30 years plus. Bada probably has 30 years plus. Ms. Bosu has 20 years plus. Combined, all of us on this stage, we're talking about 100 years of experience. If I were you, I would pay attention and listen to what is being shared here. That's one. Two, there's a lot of learning that you will do that is not related to just your school. Are we listening? There are lots of things that you will learn about life that's not just related to school. So while it is great that you are an A student in your secondary school and possibly while you go to the university, I think it's also important to realize that it's super important that you also know how to relate with people. So for instance, we're talking here, some people are still talking, right? I would expect that after this session, you come and meet, the people here and say, oh, I'd like to get to know you more, right? I'd like to interact with you. And that's how it starts, right? You will learn a lot of important things. Your teachers will teach you amazing things. At the university, you also learn great things. But one skill that you must not forget or that you must have is how to deal, and relate well with people, right? So one mistake that I made I'm sure Mr. Patrick remembers, there was a booklet they gave us at the end of the training session, really massive booklet. The truth of the matter is I tossed it away, right? And then I started struggling in my banking career. Then one day, while just, reorganizing, my house, I saw this booklet. It was about relationship management, right? And then I had to go back and start reading and start learning, those concepts. And then, my career took a different trajectory, right? What was the issue then? Pride, right? You just feel you have arrived. You know everything. Nobody should teach me anything anymore. So it's important that in the race, as you go on, you have an open mind to learn and to listen. You're able to make friends and influence people. And number 3, you are very humble enough to constantly keep learning. Thank you very much, guys.
To take an interest in coding and other digital skills, and what benefits could this bring to their future careers?
Okay. Hi guys.